Shalom, Israel. Blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
My name is Ezra Salazar.
We are children of Israel. We're back again. Blessed Sabbath once again to everyone. We're going to continue this series of lessons that we've started a few Sabbaths ago, dealing with all unrighteousness. Give me a second, all right? Dealing with all unrighteousness. Um, we're going to be dealing with covetousness today. Last Sabbath, I believe we did wickedness, right?
Yes.
Yeah, last Sabbath we did wickedness. So this Sabbath we're going to be dealing with covetousness. Um, again, we're doing this series of videos because, again, our people have not been taught properly. The Bible haven't been properly taught what is actually considered sin or unrighteousness in the eyes of the Most High, in the eyes of God. But it's written all throughout the scriptures. He's very clear, very plain in what he considers to be wickedness or evil or unrighteousness or sin, whichever word you want to plug in there. They all mean basically the same thing in the eyes of God. So we're gonna go through this series of lessons, showing our people what unrighteousness is and going through, because there is a whole list of sins that the Lord considers to be unrighteousness. So again, this Sabbath is covetousness. We're going to open up as usual with Hebrews 5 and 12 through 14 and just jump right into the lesson, okay?
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
So as usual, we always bring this out first. The first principles of the oracles of God is basically that when you come into this truth, you have to be retaught. Everything that we learned growing up here in America, as we stress time and time again, have been lies. This Bible has, been clearly misrepresented, especially in the so-called Black, Hispanics, and Native American communities. We've been taught a long list of lies about the Bible and who the people of the Bible are, and um, the clear testimonies and references of the scriptures. We've been taught lies. Um, so the first thing you got to be willing to do is be retaught. So if you happen to come across a video, we're just here to bring out the truth. We're not here to sugarcoat. We're not here to try and twist anything, not trying to twist anybody's arm, not trying to trick anybody. You know what I mean? Just basically go precept upon precept and show you what the Bible is teaching, what it's saying. Um, the Bible is full of different topics. It deals with every aspect and topic of life. And think of any scenario of your life, and you can go into the scriptures and find scriptures that explains how to deal with these different situations and aspects of your everyday life. Um, so that's what we're here to do. So the question you should be asking yourself, if you happen across this video or any of our other videos or anybody anybody's videos that are teaching the Bible online or on the street or in the church is, how do you know if this person is skillful in the word of righteousness? In order for you to be skillful in the word of righteousness, it would make sense that you should be somebody that's living your life as a person that's righteous, correct? That would only make sense. Um, and as we go through the lesson today, you're going to find that we are going to touch, as usual, because the Bible constantly reminds us and warns us about um, all the different fake and dishonest teachers out there that have this Bible in their hand, and they're being dishonest. So we just want to make it clear. You know what I mean? Some people may look at us and say that we're these unskillful fake uh prophets or whatever, all the different names out there, people, fake prophets and wicked pastors and all this kind of stuff. But again, scriptures tell us you will know them by the fruit. So like we say, go watch all of our videos, you know what I mean, and go video upon video and see whether or not, if anything that we teach in the video goes against what the Bible is teaching and saying. Okay, so again, you have to first be willing to be retaught. You have to ask yourself, how can you tell if a person's unskillful in the word of righteousness? And the next question, another question you should be asking yourself, are you unskillful in the word of righteousness? And what do you have to do to become skillful in the word of righteousness? All right. The third thing here in what we're reading is, have you exercised yourself? Have you exercised your senses? Have you exercised your spirit in order for you to be able to discern the difference between good and evil? Because that's ultimately is what's going to help you and allow you to grow in this truth, is by what? Again, desiring the sincere milk of the word. What are your desires? You know what I mean? And as you're going to see, that word desire goes hand in hand in what we're teaching today about covetousness. What are your desires? Or do you desire to become strong in the word? Or are your desires just based simply on the lust of the flesh? All right. That's the question you have to ask yourself as you go through this lesson with us. Constantly taking a look in the mirror and asking yourself, especially with all of these topics of all unrighteousness, you may find that you may be keeping the commandments. You know what I mean? Maybe wickedness, you hear that lesson and it doesn't resonate with you. But you may be somebody that's covetous. You hear covetous, you watch this lesson, you got to take a look. Okay, am I a covetous person? Do I fit the profile of what the scripture says a covetous person is? And maybe it doesn't fit you. Maybe fornication, because we did one on fornication. What if, hear the lesson on fornication, you go back and evaluate, oh, so one of the um, sins of all unrighteousness is fornication. Am I a fornicator? Maybe that doesn't resonate with you. Like we said, there's a whole list of sins that the Lord considers to be all unrighteousness. So maybe one may resonate with you, and for some people, maybe all of them. You know what I mean? But the thing is, none of us are 100% scot-free from sin. And if you claim that you're sinless, then you're a liar, plain and simple. And that's what the Bible says. Okay. So that's not coming from us. That's what the Bible says. If you say that you're without sin, you make Christ a liar. Okay. So you got to be real careful with that too. But the thing is, all of us have been unrighteous in our lifetime, and all of us are unrighteous. Okay. So again, for the time you ought to be teachers, you have need that won't teach you again, which be the first principles of oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. The majority of you that are going to be watching these videos, we're making these videos for you, especially the people that are, new to the truth. They're new to wanting to learn the Bible. That's why we continue to go back to our archive, whatever you want to call them, where our videos are on YouTube, and go all the way to the very first video. All right. Um, which is the sincere milk of the word. That's the very first one we did, right? And
Hmm.
simply watch the videos. All right. And in order, we purposely did them in order to make it make sense to that person that's brand new to the truth, to, follow along. The sincere milk of the word, preach the word, and so on, putting them in an order that could help you to grow. All right. Um, but as it says, with strong meat belonging to them that are full aging, and those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. So in order for you to exercise, that means you got to put forth some effort. You got to put in some work. You got to be, willing. If you want to build a stronger body, more toned physique, you got to be out there in the gym, putting in the work, putting in the exercise. All right. So, um, that's just what it is. Let's go to First Peter 2:2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word that ye may grow thereby.
So, as we just said, as newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word that you may grow thereby. Um, so, just as you have to desire the sincere milk of the word, you yourself have to be sincere and really wanting to learn and change your life. Um, it does you no good to watch our videos or anybody who's on here teaching or behind a pulpit teaching, at a church or at a school or on the streets or whatever the case is. It does you no good to sit and listen, but then not take any notes, not go back to revisit what was taught, and you know what I mean, and be willing to investigate and meditate on what it was that was taught. You do that in school. You know what I mean? People go to school every day, sit in class, they take notes, they read the required material, they get the flashcards, they, memorize, they, look up definitions, um, all of these things that are conducive to learning. You've got to do the same thing when it comes to the Bible. You've got to be willing to read. You've got to be willing to meditate. You've got to be willing to memorize, put in the work and study. That's how you most people will learn. Um, in some cases, even uh, with the flashcards, being repetitive, repeating the things that what I mean that you're reading over and over again, so that you can memorize and actually. Um, there's a word I'm looking for, but try and keep what it is that you're learning to memory. Try and store it to your memory. All right. Say it that way for lack of the word I'm trying to get out. But again, don't just watch. Take notes. After you're done taking the notes, go back and revisit the notes over and over again. Go back from the notes to the Bible. You know what I mean? Go to the precepts. Follow the precepts. And you will see that the way we put the precepts together in an order to make them make sense. And you will see that with this lesson, as you know, as we always will do in our lessons. Okay. So with that, again, the name of this lesson is All Unrighteousness, Covetousness. All right. So we are going to go to the book of Psalms, chapter 1. Actually, hold on. Yeah, you're going to go to Psalms chapter 1. And you're going to read verses 1 through 6.
The book of Psalms, chapter 1 and verse 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the river of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither. Whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the shaft which the wind driveth away. Therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish.
So as it says, for the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. So ungodly is another way of talking about those that are unrighteous, those that are sinners. Okay. So just different words basically meaning the same thing. So what we're going to do is break down for you Psalms 1 and 1 through 6 to give you an understanding of what it's talking about. Going precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little, so you could get an understanding of exactly what is this talking about and put it together in a way so you can understand how this has to deal with all unrighteousness and deal with our other topics and our main topic of covetousness. Okay. So, verse 1, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. All right. So, walking and standing are pretty much self-explanatory in a way. Okay. Um, you hear the statement, look at him. They walk as a criminal. Or how is it you feel like you're just gonna walk through life being a criminal, or you're just gonna walk through life? Basically, walk is just another way of saying, a way that you go or a path that you're taking, um, a way of how you're living. Okay, a simple way to put it. The same thing with standing. Um, but what we're going to deal with right here is where it says, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. In the seat in the scriptures is referring to a place of honor, a place of leadership, a place of judgment, or even a place of authority. All right. Just to somewhat make it plain, we're going to grab scriptures to actually show you, though. So when it's saying, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful, the seat is talking about, again, that could be a place, or it's referring to a place of honor, a place of leadership, a place of judgment, or a place of authority. Okay. So again, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. So this person's not living their life as somebody that's ungodly. They're not living the life of a sinner. Okay. They're not living the life of someone who's unrighteous, nor standeth in the way of sinners. And it's telling you exactly what it's saying. You know what I mean? Again, using another word for the ungodly. You're not living the life of the ungodly. You're not being anywhere in the vicinity of those that are living in sin. Okay. And the Lord is saying that if you're not hanging around, you're not walking in their ways, you're not following after these kind of people, these people that are ungodly, these people that are sinners, that you're blessed, and also not sitting in the seat of the scornful. The word seat, the reason why I'm focusing on that is because most people, that would be the one that's the most hardest for people to understand. That's why I want to focus on that one. All right. So again, just my quick definition on what the seat is referring to is referring to a place of honor, a place of leadership, a place of judgment or authority. So we're just going to quickly just grab some scriptures real quick to show you that's what it means. So let's go to Job. Job. Where you at, Job? Job 23 and verse 3.
The book of Job, chapter 23 and verse 3. Oh, that I knew where I might find him, that I might come even to his seat.
So Job is saying, oh, that I knew where I might find him, that I might come even to his seat. What is he talking about? His seat. Okay. And some of this could be talking about his throne. A king's throne is his place of authority. Okay. A king's throne is also his seat of judgment, because a king ultimately is what? He's going to be the authoritative figure in a kingdom. He's going to be that person that's giving judgments. Okay. So he's asking that I might even come to his seat. All right. So let's grab another one. Let's go to Ezekiel 28 and 2.
The book of Ezekiel 28 and 2.
Yeah, 28 and 2, Ezekiel 28
Okay.
2.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 28 and verse 2. Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, thus saith the Lord God, because thy heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man, and not God, though thou set thine heart as the heart of God.
Though thou set thine heart as the heart of God. So what we see here, the prince of Tyrus is trying to present himself as if he's God. He's saying, I sit in the seat of God. So in other words, he's saying, I sit on the throne of God. I sit in the place of honors. God's throne is his seat of honor. God's throne is his seat of leadership, his seat of judgment, his seat of authority. And so this prince is trying to put himself on that same playing field as God, saying that I'm the one sitting in that place of honor. I'm the one sitting in that place of leadership. I'm the one in that seat of judgment. I'm the one in that seat of authority. I'm God. That's what he's saying. Okay. Let's go to Matthew 23 and 2.
The book of Matthew, chapter 23 and verse 2. Um, Saying, thy scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat.
So, what was Moses' seat? Moses was what to Israel? Moses had honor in Israel. Moses had the place of leadership, or the seat of leadership in Israel. He had the seat of judgment. He had the seat of authority, which was given to him by God. All right. So he's letting them know that now the scribes and the Pharisees have now taken that leadership role. They've now taken that place of honor. Now that Moses is gone, we're in a different time. Now they're the ones in that seat of judgment. Now they're the ones in that seat of authority. All right. Let's go to 2 Samuel 23 and 8.
Well, second Samuel, Second Samuel 23:8.
23, verse 8. Yeah.
The book of Second Samuel, chapter 23 and verse 8. This be the names of the mighty men whom David had. The Catmanite that
Yeah.
sat in the seat, chief among the captains. The same was Adonai and Esnite. He lifted up his spear against 800 whom he slew at one time.
All right. So it says the same with Adino, the Eznite. He lifted up his spear against 800 whom he slew at one time. But his title, his role was that he sat in the seat, chief among the captains. So another term that we also could use for seat is that you're the chief, you're in the high place, you're sitting high among all the others in the hierarchy. So he's the highest rank of the captains. Okay, he's sitting in that seat of honor among the captains. That I pray this is making sense.
Yeah.
Okay, he's the that leadership. He's in that seat of authority over the other captains. He's got a higher rank than all the others. All right. Let's go to Second Corinthians 5 and 10.
The book of Second Corinthians, chapter 5 and verse 10. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that everyone may receive the things done in his body according to that he had done, whether it be good or bad.
So now we see, for we all must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ. So, as we stated earlier, seat is also referring to a place of judgment. You're in that place of authority to be a judge, to pass judgment on, on the people. Okay, that's where Christ's seat is. Christ's seat is, um, he's in the judgment seat. Okay, he's in that place of authority. All right. We just got a few more. Give me a second. Let's go to Revelation 13:2.
The book of Revelation, chapter 13 and verse 2. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
All right. So again, the word seat is talking about his place, his position, being above everyone else, his power, his seat, his authority. Again, taking us back to that seat of honor, that seat of leadership, that seat of judgment, that seat of authority, or that place of honor, that place of leadership, that place of judgment, or that place of authority. Okay, he's been put in honor over the others. He's been put in a leadership role over the others, or authoritative over all other nations on the earth. He's been placed at the top of the hierarchy. Okay. Think we got like, let's go to a couple of more. Go to Revelation 2:13.
2:13.
Yeah.
Okay. The book of Revelation, chapter 2 and verse 13. I know thy works, and where thou dwellest, even where Satan's seat is, and thou holdest fast my name, and hast not denied my faith, even in those days wherein Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was slain among you where Satan dwelleth.
All right. So Satan's seat, Satan's place of rulership, Satan's place of honor, Satan's place of leadership, his place of authority. Okay, it's the same thing. All right. And one more, Sirach 7:4.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 7 and verse 4. Seek not of the Lord preeminence, neither of the king the seat of honor.
Speak not of the Lord preeminence, neither of the king the seat of honor. So again, going back to what we've been showing you, each precept, the seat of honor, the seat of judgment, um, the seat, that place of authority. So going back to Psalms 1 and 1 and 6. All right, in verse 1, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. Okay, so you don't want to be hanging around, sitting, in that place, because that's actually, it could be a positive thing or it could be a negative. Okay, in this sense, it's being used in a negative sense, where this seat is a seat of dishonor. If you're sitting in the seat amongst the scornful or amongst sinners, that's a seat of dishonor instead of a seat of honor. Okay, so it could go both ways. Okay, so be careful of that. So if you want to be blessed by the Lord, you don't want to be in a position of being around the ungodly or being or doing the things of the sinners, or being in the place of the or the scornful, um, following their ways. Okay, going on to verse 2. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. Um, so we mentioned the word meditate earlier. If you want to grow in this truth, you actually want to learn, you actually want to um, repent and change your life, we mentioned earlier, what are your desires? You've got to desire something. You got to desire something that you've got to want to do, and you've got to enjoy it, as it says. But his delight is in the law of the Lord. In other words, you have to enjoy following God's laws. The reason why a lot of people don't, or most people don't follow the laws and commandments, because they don't enjoy it. Sin has been made to become a lot more delightful, a lot more joyful to follow than righteousness. Sin is pleasurable. Okay, people going out getting drunk and drinking, that brings them pleasure because it puts the mind in a mind state of being joyful. It's a fake joy, but nevertheless, it puts you in that state of mind. Even drugs is putting you in a mind state of a fake joyfulness or fake happiness for a momentary time. But that's why a lot of people do the drugs. They're having a hard time in life. Some people want to get an escape from the everyday stresses of life, so they either drink or they do drugs. And the drugs or the alcohol gives them that temporary fix, that temporary um, feeling of enjoyment. Okay, but it's temporary, because once the drugs or the alcohol wears off, then it's right back to step one again, where they're feeling the same way again, um, being unhappy about their place in life. But again, your delight has to be in the law of the Lord, and as it says, in this law doth he meditate day and night. You got to constantly be thinking about the Lord's commandments. You got to be meditating on them, thinking about them. You know what I mean? When you've got extra time at work, are you thinking of scripture breakdowns in your mind? Are you breaking down, let's say marriage? Are you breaking down commandment 1? Are you breaking down commandment 2? breaking down commandment 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10? Are you in your mind, memorizing and remembering precepts, going precept upon precept throughout the day? Okay, because what you're seeing happening with a lot of our people that are coming into this truth, some of them are treating the truth no different than the way we all treated Christianity. Monday through Saturday, God is not on your mind at all in the Christian churches. And then all of a sudden on Sunday morning, the churches are filled with everybody suddenly catching the Holy Ghost and being righteous for the whole hour and a half to 2 hours that they're sitting in the church. And then they walk out of church and it's back to regular life again. They don't think about God until the next Sunday again. We don't want to do that. The scriptures tells we should be meditating day and night. We should be meditating on the Lord's scriptures all day, every day, 24/7. All right. Are you doing it? That's the only way you're going to grow. That's the only way you're going to progress in this truth. That's the only way you're truly going to be able to teach yourself true repentance. Okay. Is by actively thinking about the Lord's laws and commandments and keeping them. Okay. So we're going to go to verse 3. It says, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. Was the last one or the one before? We went extensively into what the trees, the seeds, the fruit, what the leaf is and things like that. We're just gonna maybe grab one or two precepts because it's pretty much easy to explain. That tree, remember trees in the scriptures is referring to men. Okay, so it's making that comparison. Okay, it's a metaphor. You're gonna be like a tree that's planted by rivers of water. Remember, the closer to a body of water that the tree is planted near, that body of water, that water is going to be soaked into the soil. The soil is going to be where the roots of the tree are located. And it makes it easier for the tree to be able to saturate itself or to, I guess you could say, drink of the water that it gets. That's going to help the tree to stay healthy, help that tree to grow because it's getting fresh water all the time. And that's what the Lord is saying, that we as God's people that are delighting in his law, we're meditating in his law every day and night, we're keeping the commandments. You're going to be like that tree. You're constantly going to be getting watered. You're constantly going to be being nourished. Okay. And by being nourished, you're going to bring forth your fruit. All right. Just like that tree would. Okay. You're constantly being nourished with water. That means that you're not going to have to worry about your leaves drying up and dying. All right. As it says, his leaf also shall not wither. And whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. All right. Let's go to Mark 8 and 24 real quick. Mark 8 and 24. Just to show you that sometimes in the scriptures, trees are a metaphor for men.
The book of Mark, chapter 8 and verse 24. And he looked up and said, I see men as trees walking.
I see men as trees walking. So trees is a metaphor for men. All right. So that's why in verse 3 again, he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. Again, it's making that comparison. Let's go back to Psalms 1 and 1 6 real quick. Psalm 1:1-6. So then verse 4, it says, the ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Okay, so the ungodly are those trees that are planted in the desert. They're not getting any, they're not getting water. They're not being, they're in a very dry place. So what's going to happen? Their leaves are going to, it's going to wither. Their roots are going to dry up. That tree is going to become brittle. That tree is going to become um, weak. Okay, it's eventually the leaves are gonna fall off. They're gonna dry up. They're gonna crumble up. The wind's gonna come and blow them away, blow them around. It's making that comparison to the ungodly, because the person that's being ungodly or living a life of sin, they're not being nourished up in the laws and commandments of the Lord every day. Their mind is not on the law of the Lord every day. They're not meditating on the scriptures every day and night as the Bible tells us to. All right. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. All right. Says, therefore, the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. Okay. So, just keep in mind, we just read, remember, trees is referring to men. We just read that in Mark 8:24. And also, too, is you'll find it like sometimes in the scriptures, um, it may mention, the shadow of the mountains. Um, it's also referring to men. Okay, just to uh, make that clear, because sometimes the men are referred to. Let's go to Judges 9, so you get understanding what I'm talking about, just to show you that these metaphors are in the scriptures. Okay, what I say, Judges 9:36.
The book of Judges, chapter 9 and verse 3.
36.
Oh, 36. I thought I heard 3 to 6. 36. Verse 36. It says, and when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, behold, there come people down from the top of the mountain. And Zebul said unto him, thou seest the shadow of the mountain as if they were men.
Thou seest the shadow of the mountains as if they were men. Okay, so you gotta keep that in mind, these metaphors. All right. Let's go back to Psalms. All right, so just bear with us. We're just trying to break this down so you get an understanding of that. All right. So as we said earlier, we dealt with the fruits last week. Um, the leaf is also a metaphor for men. We get a few precepts for that too. Let's go to Job 13:25. Grab a few. And again, you should be writing these down, because this is what's going to help you as you go through the scriptures to help you get an understanding of what some of these things, these metaphors are talking about.
The book of Job, chapter 13 and verse 25. Wilt thou break a leaf driven to and fro, and wilt thou pursue the dry stubble?
All right. So again, dealing with the leaves. All right. Wilt thou break a leaf driven to and fro? Is it actually talking about a leaf, or is it talking about something else? It's talking about a man. It's talking about men. It's talking about a person. All right. Let's go to next. Isaiah 1:30. It's another one. Isaiah 1:30.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 30. For ye shall be as an oak whose leaf faded, and as a garden that hath no water.
All right. So again, for ye shall be as an oak whose leaf faded. This is the metaphor talking about a man, making a comparison to men or to people or a person. All right. Meaning that person is going to be as an oak whose leaf faded. All right. Or in other words, you're as that Israelite who is not meditating on the Lord's word every day. You're not following the commandments. Eventually your light's going to fade. It's going to dim. All right. Your leaf is going to dry up. It's going to fade. It's going to go from green fading to brown. All right. And as it says, and as a garden that hath no water, there's nothing nourishing that tree. There's no water. It's like a tree that's planted in a dry desert. That's how this person is going to become. All right. You're not being nourished up in the word of righteousness. You're not growing. You're not being fed. All right. So keep that in mind. We also another one is withered because in verse 3, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that bringeth forth his fruit in his season, his leaf also shall not wither. So now we understand that the leaf is a metaphor for men. Let's get another one. Let's go to Isaiah 64. Isaiah 64, I believe it's verse 6. Let me look. Yes, verse 6.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 64 and verse 6. But we are all as an unclean thing, and all of our righteousness are as filthy rags, and we all do fade as a leaf, and our iniquities like the wind have taken us away.
All right. So as it says, and we all do fade as a leaf, making that comparison of us to a leaf. Okay, that leaf, what is it going to do? It's going to eventually start to fade. A healthy leaf is green, soft, luscious. You know what I mean? If you squeeze it or, tear, sometimes you can get a little bit of liquid come out of it. All right. But a dry leaf is dry and brittle. You take it in your hand, it's brown, it's faded. You take it in your hand and squeeze it, it's going to crackle up and break in your hand and, break into small little pieces. And if the wind's blowing, you toss those pieces up in the air, what's going to happen is all just going to get blown away. All right. So that's that metaphor that's being given. All right. In verse 3, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that bringeth forth his fruit in the season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. All right. So meaning that you're not going to fade. Okay. No, you're not going to wither. Let's get a couple for wither. Let's get Psalms 37:2. Giving you these precepts for a reason, because a lot of these precepts are going to help you, because there's a lot of scriptures that use these metaphors, comparing us to trees, comparing us to leaves, comparing us to grass, comparing us to herbs, and all kinds of other things. And you're not going to understand it if you don't know what precepts to go to get that, to get the basically definition of them. All right.
The book of Psalms, chapter 37 and verse 2. For they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb.
For they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. So again, that comparison being made of people as grass. So that's another word that's used in the scripture that's comparing us to grass. Okay. Or, comparing us or comparing us to something else, okay, whether it's a leaf or grass, okay, or a tree. These metaphors, you have to know where to go to the precepts in order to get the understanding of them. I will get another. Let's go to Isaiah 40. Isaiah 40 and verse 21 to 23. Yeah, it's verse 23 through 24.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 40 and verse 23. The that bringeth the princes to nothing. He maketh the judges of the earth as vanity. Yeah, they shall not be planted. Yeah, they shall not be sown. Yeah, their stock shall not take root in the earth. And he shall also blow upon them, and they shall wither, and the whirlwind shall take them away as stubble.
So a lot of these we broke down and went over, I believe, in the last lesson and the other lesson before about reaping and sowing, um, husbandry, which is basically farming and giving you precepts, dealing with all of this. Okay, yeah, they shall not be planted; yea, they shall not be sown. Yea, their stock shall not take root in the earth. So all these words: planted, sown, root. And he shall also blow upon them, and they shall wither. Okay, that's what we're talking about, withering. And the whirlwind shall take them away as stubble. You hear these words all throughout the scriptures. Okay, so again, you should be taking notes so that it will help you in your study. When you come upon these words in the scriptures, you will know what it's talking about, such as the one that's right here with grass. Um, how do we know grass is talking about people? Go to Deuteronomy 32 and 2. This is in the Song of Moses.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 2. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and as the showers upon the grass.
As the showers upon the grass. Okay. Let's go to another. Let's go to 2 Samuel 23 and 4.
The book of Second Samuel, chapter 23 and verse 4. And he shall be as the light of the morning when the sun riseth, even a morning without clouds, as the tender grass springing out of the earth by the clear shining after rain.
As the tender grass springing out of the earth by clear shining after the rain. So again, that comparison being made to us being like grass. All right, let's go to Job 5 and 25. Grab a couple of more.
Um, Call it again.
Job 5 and 25.
The book of Job, chapter 5 and verse 25. Thou shalt know also that thy seed shall be great, and thine offspring as the grass of the earth.
And thine offspring as the grass of the earth. All right. Grab one more. Let's go to Psalms 103:15.
The book of Psalms, chapter 103
15.
and verse 15. As for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so shall hold on, I'm gonna read that again. As for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourisheth.
All right. So again, making that comparison, us as being grass, us as being a flower, as us being a flower of the field. So you can see these metaphors are all throughout the scriptures, us being compared to grass, us being compared to flowers, us being compared to leaves, us being compared to roots, us being compared to trees. All of these metaphors all throughout the scriptures, and the way that you're going to be able to interpret them is by knowing what precepts to go to in order to get the understanding, okay, to be able to break them down. Again, as for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourisheth. Okay, are you going to be like that flower of the field? Are you going to flourish in this truth? That's the question you got to be asking yourself. All right. Um, so again, and there are so many other precepts to go to that. I don't want to go through all of them. Just want to give you a few of each one so you know where to go. That's why, again, watch the video again, go through, write them down, meditate on them. There's too many of them to try and memorize, but at least you have them written down where you could, if you need be, you can go to them real quick to get the understanding of them and help you out. Okay. Um, and just real quick, I want to get the definition of wither, because some people may not know exactly what that's talking about when
Right.
it's saying, going back to Psalms 1 and 1 and 3, he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that bringeth forth his fruit in the season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. Just so you get a proper definition of what wither means. And see if the definition lines up with what the Bible is saying. All right, let me do this. Share. All right, can you see that? Wither?
Yes.
All right. So wither, to become dry and sapless, to shrivel from, or as if from loss of bodily moisture, just as I was explaining. That leaf becomes dry. If it's a healthy green leaf, sometimes if you squeeze a leaf, you get a little bit of moisture to come out. All right. But a dry leaf is brown, completely dried up. It's hard. You crush it in your hand, and it's almost like holding a saltine cracker in your hand and crushing it. It just cracks and breaks up, okay, into small fragments. To lose vitality, force, or freshness, to cause to wither, to make speechless or incapable of action, stun. All right, let's see what, where is it at? Oh, here it is, Merriam-Webster. All right, we'll go to the Merriam-Webster and see what they have. Wither. Oh, that's weather, not wither. Come on.
Mhm.
And actually, that's spelled wrong too. It's W-I-T-H-E-R. Wither. Withered. Withering. To become dry and sapless, just like the other one we read. To lose vitality, force, or freshness. To cause to wither. So basically, the definition here is exactly like the one that popped up earlier. So, but basically, that's what it's saying, that you will become a dry, sapless, like a dry leaf. You know what I mean? What good is a dry leaf? It does no good. It's dead. All right. It's lost its vitality. It's lost its force. Okay. It's withered. You don't want to become like that withered, faded, dry. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and move on. let's go to Psalms 5 and 12.
Psalms 5 and 12.
Were you able to hear me?
Psalms 5 and 12.
Yeah,
Is because
yeah,
you
it's
cut
saying
out
that
for a
I
second.
lost my okay, yeah, it said I lost the microphone.
Yeah, I can hear you. The book of Psalms, chapter 5 and verse 12.
Oh,
For that for thou, Lord, will bless the righteous with favor, wilt thou compass him as with a shield.
all right. So again, who is the Lord going to bless? For thou, Lord, will bless the righteous. All right. With favor, wilt thou compass him as with a shield. All right. Let's go to Psalm 7 and 11.
The book of Psalms, chapter 7 and verse 11. God judges the righteous, and God is angry with the wicked every day.
All right. What does it have to do with what we're talking about? God judges the righteous. Somebody that's righteous is the complete opposite or contrary to somebody that's unrighteous. So that's the decision you have to make for yourself. Are you going to be somebody that's living in all unrighteousness, or are you going to be living in all righteousness? Okay. Remember what Christ said to, was that John the Baptist? He said it to, now, yeah, it was John the Baptist when he was getting baptized, I believe, where he said, now is fulfill all righteousness, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Uh, yeah, Matthew, go to Matthew 3:15 real quick.
15.
And
The book
actually
of Matthew.
start at 13 and go to 15.
The book of Matthew, chapter 3 and verse 13. Then cometh Jesus from Galilee to Jordan unto John to baptize of him. But John forbade him, saying, I have need to be I have need to be baptized of thee, and comest thou to me? And Jesus answered said unto him, Suffer it to be so now, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him.
For thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness, then he suffered him. All right. So these aren't terms that we're just making up out of our head. You know what I mean? All unrighteousness, all righteousness. These are coming right out of the scriptures. All right. So going back to Psalm 7 and 11, God judges the righteous and God is angry with the wicked every day. And again, that's a question you've got to ask yourself. Are you going to be somebody that's living in all righteousness? Or are you going to be somebody that's fulfilling all unrighteousness? Which one are you going to do? Okay, plain and simple. Let's stay in Psalms and go to Psalms 11 and 5.
The book of Psalms, chapter 11 and verse 5. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence. I can't read that. Hold on. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence, his soul hateth.
All right. So, how is the Lord trying the righteous? That means you're going to get tested. The Lord is going to test you. If you claim that you're living in righteousness, you're an Israelite, you're keeping the commandments supposedly, you're supposedly walking in his ways and things like that, trials are going to come at you. You're going to get tested, okay? Even after you've repented and you're thinking you're being gung ho 100%, Mr. Uh all out 100% Israelite, King Israelite, like whatever, way you want to put it. You're going to get trials. You're going to get tried. The Lord's going to test you. That's what the word trieth is talking about. The Lord trieth the righteous. In other words, the Lord tests the righteous. He's going to test you. Okay? Or at least he's going to, like Job, he's going to give Satan the okay to go and test you. All right? And that happens to us almost every day. One of these, these demons or Satan or one of them, are sent to test us as Israelites, as those that are keeping God's commandments. And have you built yourself up? Have you exercised yourself to the point to where you can overcome these temptations or these trials? All right. Because one of the things the Lord doesn't like is the Lord does not like a man or woman that's living in righteousness to go back to living in unrighteousness. The Lord don't like that. He doesn't like it at all. He doesn't like backsliding. All right. The Christian church has taken the term backslid and made it almost something cool for people to tell, oh, I backslid. No shame. Oh, I backslid. Why did you, I thought you repented. Why was you out there committing fornication again? Oh, I backslid. But then go out and do it again. You said you repented. Why was you out there robbing a liquor store again? Thought you changed. Oh, I backslid. It's all right. I'm going to go to church on Sunday. The Lord, I'm going to pray. Pastor so-and-so said, everything will be okay. The Lord loved me anyway. So, it was just a temporary backslide. I just backslid. Yeah, it's like a game. All right. We got to be real careful. Let's go to Psalms 37. You're going to read 34 through 40.
The book of Psalms, chapter 37 and verse 34. Wait on the Lord and keep his ways, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yeah, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and behold, the upright, for the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off. But the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble. And the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them because they trust in him.
He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them because they trust in him. Who is the wicked? Who's going to be delivered and saved from the wicked? All right. Who is the them? It's talking about the righteous. So when we're reading Psalms 37 and 34 through 40, all right, it's talking about Esau. Esau are the wicked. The Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, are referred to as the city of righteous or the city of righteousness. We are the righteous, the Bible speaks of. They are the wicked, the Bible speaks of. All right. And if you don't know who Esau is, go back and read Genesis 25, talking about Esau, the twin brother of Jacob, who became the father of the Edomites, who today are what we call so-called white people. Okay, that's just the Bible. That's what the Bible teaches. All right. Go to Malachi 1 and 1 through 4. Show you that the Edomites, they are the wicked that the Bible speaks of.
The book of Malachi, chapter 1 and verse 1. The burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord had indignation forever.
And they shall call them, talking about the Edomites, the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever. All right. So is a certain group of people on the earth that the Lord is flat out telling us he doesn't like, and that he's going to hate them forever. All right. They're called the border of wickedness. On the flip side, let's go to Isaiah. What is it? 1 and 26.
Isaiah 1 and 126.
Isaiah 1 and 26.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 26. And I will restore thy judges as at the first, and thy counselors as at the beginning. Afterward thou shalt be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city.
Yeah. Afterward, thou shalt be called the city of righteousness, the faithful city. Who is he talking about? Read verse 27.
Verse 27. Zion shall be redeemed with judgment, and her converts with righteousness.
All right. Zion is just another word for Jerusalem. It's talking about the Israelites. All right. Um, if you go up to verse 1 and 1, the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah. All right. So that's how we know it's talking about Israel. It's talking about you Israelites. Okay. You are the righteous according to the Bible. The children of Edom are referred to as the wicked in the scriptures. Okay. So when we go back to Psalms 37 and 34 through 40, it's talking about the Israelites, the righteous, that are being delivered from the hands of the wicked. All right. I'll read it again. Now that you know what it's talking about, let's read it again and it'll make more sense to you. Wait on the Lord and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it. Okay, go read book of Revelation, all throughout the scriptures. Book of Obadiah talks about how the wicked, the Edomites, are going to be completely cut off when Christ comes back, completely destroyed. I have seen the wicked in great power. We saw it once on the earth before. Go back to the times of the Maccabees, during the time of Alexander the Great, when the Greeks were in power, going to the time of the Romans. And as the scriptures basically prophesy that in these last days, the wicked would be in power again. They're the same people. They are the descendants of Greece and Rome that we now call your so-called Europeans or Caucasians today. Okay. I have seen the wicked in great power and spreading himself like a green bay tree. You're seeing that continue even today with America bombing Iran and, trying to move into all these other places to bomb them up, go in, rebuild, spread American influence. You know what I mean? After they bomb them up, go in, they start rebuilding, and the next thing you know, they've got Burger King and McDonald's and, Shakey's and Taco Bell and all these different places popping up. Um, so, that's basically what Esau does. He's spreading himself like a green bay tree. Okay, spreading himself all over the earth. Says, yet he passed away, and lo, he was not. Yea, I sought him, but he could not be found. Mark the perfect man, and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace. But the transgressors shall be destroyed together. The end of the wicked shall be cut off. But the salvation of the righteous is of the Lord. He is their strength in the time of trouble. And you can see our troubles are increasing. We did a whole class on Jacob's trouble. Go back and watch that class. All right. Talking about, the future trouble of Jacob. But we also went through in the lesson and showed you how Jacob was always in trouble from us being in Egypt. We've always had Jacob's trouble, or troubles as being Jacob. But there is a future prophecy being referred to as Jacob's trouble. Okay. It's not something that's new. It's just history repeating itself. Our people being put into a time where the gloves come off and they just start to do whatever they want to our people. Okay. We've seen it in the past, and it's starting to happen again right now, and it's going to get worse. All right. Verse 40, and the Lord shall help them and deliver them. He shall deliver them from the wicked and save them, because they trust in him. That's salvation. That's who salvation is for the righteous. All right. That's why we're bringing out these lessons for you Israelites, you so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. You should be paying attention to this, because this book is for you. Salvation is for you, to save you out of the hands of your enemies. Grab that Luke 1 and 60, 1 and 67. Haven't pulled that in a while.
The book of Luke, chapter 1, and
Yes,
verse 60.
yeah, read 67 through
67, 71,
through 75.
72.
Yeah, through 75.
Perfect. The book of Luke, chapter 1, and verse 67. And his father, Zacharias, was filled with the Holy Ghost and prophesied, saying, blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he had visited and redeemed his people, and had raised up an horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers, and to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he sware to our father Abraham, that he will grant unto us, that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all the days of our life.
So that's salvation. Salvation is for the Israelites, you so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, to be saved out of the hands of your enemies, out of the hands of all that hate you. All right. As verse 71 so eloquently says, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. Okay. The Bible continuously tells us that every nation upon this earth hates us. So that's why it's so imperative for us to do these lessons, to show you what all unrighteousness is in the eyes of the Lord. Okay. Because how are you going to know you're in sin if you don't know what sin is, and you don't know what sins you're committing? Okay. And the only way to know what sins you're committing is by knowing the commandments of the Lord. We've got to teach you. We've got to teach you his laws, commandments, statutes, and judgments. All right. In order for you to change, in order to bring repentance. How can you tell somebody to change if they don't know what to change into? All right. How can you tell somebody, to put on a different pair of clothes if they don't have no garment to put on? You haven't given them no garment to wear. Okay, you see them, they got one set of dirty clothes, and you're like, go change. And they're looking at you like, this is all I got. What do you mean go and change? Change into what? How are they going to change if you don't give them something to change into? Okay, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to give you that necessary clothing in order for you to change into that new garment. Okay, so keep that in mind. Let's go to 1 John chapter 5 and verses 17 through 18.
The book of First John, chapter 5, and verse 17. All unrighteousness is sin, and where is a sin not unto death? We know that whosoever is born of God sinneth not, but he that is begotten of God keepeth himself, and and that wicked one toucheth him not.
All right, so as it says, all unrighteousness is sin. Okay, so that's the only way we're going to be able to teach you and show you that all unrighteousness is sin is by showing you the scriptures. Everything in the scriptures is plain and clear, nothing to be misinterpreted. All unrighteousness is sin, not some, not a little bit of righteousness is sin. All unrighteousness is sin. Okay, so you got to keep that in mind when you come into this truth. You start to learn the Bible. You start to make that decision like, you know what? I'm going to turn my life over to the Lord. I'm going to stop living as, the wicked everyday NIGGA and become a child of the Lord like I'm supposed to be. I'm going to turn my life over to being an Israelite because that's what you're ultimately supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be coming back to our nationality, keeping our law, statutes, commandments, and judgments, keeping our high holy days that the Lord gave to us, and coming back to recognizing your culture. That's what this is basically all about. Okay, but there are those out there that don't want to see us, come back to our nationality. Okay, think about that. You would think that what are they calling it nowadays? Uh, black black tiredness or something like that. You heard the expression that's out there. It's like people are tired of black people, but it's a term they're using. Black fatigue. That's what it is. Black fatigue. So
Never
they've
heard of
got
it.
term. You haven't heard that before? Oh, it's all in the news, and you go to YouTube, see the videos pop up. Of black fatigue. Here, let me, just in case maybe there's other people out there that's never heard of it.
Mm-mm.
All right. Yeah, you see videos popping up all the time of these Edomites talking about black fatigue. They're sick and tired of dealing with black people. All right. Let me switch this real quick. All right, so this is the term black fatigue. It says black fatigue is the chronic physical, mental, emotional exhaustion experienced by black people due to systemic racism and daily microaggressions. The term black fatigue was coined by Mary Frances Winters in her 2020 book, Black Fatigue, How Racism Erodes the Mind, Body, and Spirit, to describe the cumulative stress and exhaustion Black people experience in the United States due to systemic racism, microaggressions, and the constant need to prove themselves. Winters defines it as a multifaceted physical and psychological toll that leaves Black individuals feeling mentally, physically, and spiritually drained. The concept is closely related to a scholarly work on racial battle fatigue, which examines the long-term health impacts of persistent racial stress. Okay, so basically what's happened is you have these Edomites that have basically stolen the term and have flipped it around that, you know, they're tired of black people. Um, you know what I mean? That, you know, they're tired of black people's ignorance, so called, you know, tired of black people's ghetto-ness, tired of, you know, black people complaining, tired of black people, you know what I mean? So they basically, like they always do, they hijack the term. Let me see if I can all right, here's one. Can you see it on there? Okay, it's there. All
There it
right.
is. Yeah.
So it says white woman goes viral complaining about being tired of black folks, messes around and finds out. So she's not the only. There are a lot of these Edomites now putting these videos out where they've hijacked the term and trying to flip it around that white people are actually the ones experiencing black fatigue because they're tired of dealing with black people. It says TikTok has exploded with videos of people arguing for and against a white woman's definition of black fatigue. If someone asks you
Wow.
to define the term black fatigue, general weariness black people feel while living in a world where systemic racism impacts their access to everything from quality health care to education. But some on social media are turning the term on its head after a white woman used it to describe her weariness with all things she calls ghetto. All right. Black fatigue is real. I think society as a whole is there. We are just so unbelievably fed up with the ghetto ratchet behavior, the woman says. The entitlement, the victimhood.
I think society as a whole is there. We are just so unbelievably fed up with the ghetto ratchet behavior, entitlement, the victimhood. This is why people have black fatigue.
You have the mitigated gall to let these words come out your mouth when the whole world is suffering from white fatigue. We've been white fatigued since the 17th century, since millions of Africans were transported across the ocean to the Americas and subjected to brutal slavery. The separations of families, being treated as property and being denied basic human rights. Fast forward to the late 19th, mid 20th century, we saw systematic denial of rights and opportunities. Incorporate Jim Crow laws that were enacted to force racial segregation. Fast forward to the 21st century, civil rights era. Systematic racism and discrimination continues to impact the black communities. These inequalities are evidenced in things such as the criminal justice system, housing, and economic opportunities. So have a seat, close your mouth, and be quiet. We have been subjugated to white fatigue for over 400 plus years.
All right. So you can see how they've hijacked, you know, the term um, and trying to make it that, you know, they're tired of, like she's saying, the ghetto-ness of black people. I'm surprised you haven't heard this thing's been it's been going on for a while now. Let me see if they have her whole video. Let me see.
Now I'm stitching this off of a guy that I follow, but the video of that flower Power Ranger, um, Lord, like, ma'am, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You talk about entitlement, but y'all out here upset, downright upset, making laws to prevent people that are not your color from doing anything, from achieving things, from voting. Like, that absolutely sounds like entitlement to me. Y'all believe that y'all deserve everything just because you are unmelanated. Make it make sense. Then she goes to talk about brawls on like Carnival cruise ships. And I was like, have y'all ever been to an Irish pub, a bar, on a Saturday night, like, or when your favorite team loses? Come on now. People in Philly were climbing light poles. She need to stop.
All right. So that's the whole thing about the so-called black fatigue. They hijack the term to make it seem like they're the ones that are suffering from the black fatigue because they're tired of us. But let me go back to here. Window. All right. So what did all this got to do with what we're talking about today with covetousness? Well, covetousness is sin. Covetousness is unrighteousness. Covetousness, if you're suffering in dealing with this sin, is what's one of the sins that got our people into trouble and got us into captivity. And one of the reasons why we're sitting here waiting for the Lord to come and bail us out to begin with. All right. So again, in order for us to get the promises that are promised to us in the scriptures, we've got to repent from our sins as Israelites. So it's very important, and it's very detrimental to our well-being as a nation, as a people, by us knowing what unrighteousness is, what sin is, and what sins that we're suffering from. All right. Because you won't be able to repent from the sin if you don't even know that you're actually in sin, if that makes sense to you. All right. Let's go to Sirach 17. You're going to read verses 1 through 16. So now we're going to start heading more into the lesson. Just please be patient.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17 and verse 1. The Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again. He gave them few days and a short time, and power also over the things therein. He endueth them with strength by themselves, and made them according to his image, and put the fear of man upon all flesh, and gave him dominion over beasts and fowls. They received the use of the five operation of the Lord, and in the sixth place he imparted them understanding, and in the seventh speech and in interpreters of the congestion thereof, counsel and tongue and eyes, ears and hear gave
And
he
a heart.
them to and a heart, thank you, and a heart gave he them to understand. Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding and showed them good and evil. He set his eyes upon their heart that he might show them the greatness of his works. He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding, and the elect shall praise his holy name. Besides this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for an heritage. He made an everlasting covenant with them and showed them his judgment. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears hear and their ears hear his glorious voice. And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness. He gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor. Their ways are ever before him, and shall not be hid from his eyes. Every man from his youth is given to evil, neither could they make to themselves fleshy hearts for stoning.
All right. So as he says in verse 14, and he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness, and he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor. So we've been warned. to beware of all unrighteousness. Beware of sin. Okay. Go back to Deuteronomy 28. The Lord gave us a choice, but it was also a warning. If you keep my commandments, these nice, positive blessings are going to happen. But if you don't keep my commandments, then you got curses that are going to come upon you. So all of this ties in with every topic that we do, because ultimately, what's the ultimate goal? For our people to repent so that we could get out of captivity. Okay. Let's go to 1 John chapter 1. You can read verses 5 through 10.
The book of First John, chapter 1 and verse 5. This then is the message which we have heard of him and declare unto you, that God is light and in him is no darkness at all. If we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness, we lie and do not the truth. But if we walk in the light as he is in the light, we have fellowship one with another. And the blood of Jesus Christ, his son, cleanseth us from all sin. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar and his word is not in us.
All right. So we got to keep this in mind. Go back to verse 9. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Okay. If we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar and his word is not in us. That goes back to a statement I made earlier in the lesson when we made the statement that if we sit here and say that we have no sin, we make Christ a liar. Okay. I was able to make that statement because it's right here in the scriptures. Like we say, we're not going to say anything, or we're going to do our best not to say anything that we cannot back up with the scriptures. Okay. That is our prayer, that we're going to teach you without any bias, without any preconceived, what do you want to call it? We're not trying to trick anybody. We're not here to try and lie anybody. We're not here asking for no money. Got no PayPal, no Venmo, no nothing up here asking for your cash. All right. We're just two nobodies sitting here bringing these scriptures out for our people to learn and repent. It's plain and simple. Come back to your nationality. Come back to our true heritage. Okay. So as it says, this then is the message which we have heard of him and declare unto you that God is light and in him is no darkness at all. If we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness, we lie and do not the truth. Because as we mentioned earlier, there are a lot of our people that are coming to this truth. And they're claiming, especially in the Christian churches, they're claiming they have fellowship with Christ. But yet they're walking in darkness. Remember, we talked about that word walk earlier. What does it mean to walk in darkness? Okay. In other words, they're living their life in sin. Okay. Remember, the path you walk is basically meaning the way you're living. Are you walking in darkness or are you walking in the light? Okay. As it says, if we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness, we lie and do not the truth. That's the majority of Christianity right there. But unfortunately, there are a lot of our Israelite brothers and sisters that are living the same way. They know they're Israelites. They claim to be having fellowship with Christ, but yet they still walk in darkness. Okay. Verse 7, but if we walk in the light, as he is in the light, we have fellowship one with another, and the blood of Jesus Christ, his son, cleanses us from all sins. Okay. That's if we walk in the light. That's if you're living your life according to the commandments of the Lord. If you're living your life according to the commandments, you will be cleansed of all sin. Verse 8, if we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us. Because we've heard brothers say stuff like that before out in the streets teaching. People come over, don't you sin? Like, no, we don't sin. We keep the commandments here. We keep the commandments. Heard brothers say that, and you got to stop.
Right.
Okay. Again, if we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say that we have not sinned, we make him a liar and his word is not in us. Okay. Let's go to Romans 1:25 through 32.
The book of Romans, chapter 1 and verse 25. Who changed the truth of God into a lie and worship and serve the creature more than the creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their woman did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burning their lust one towards another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was met. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do these things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, mischievousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covetousness, breakers, without natural affection, implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of God, that they which committed such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them.
All right. So going back up to verse 29, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, we did a couple of weeks ago, wickedness, we did last Sabbath, I believe, and now we're at covetousness. All right. So when it comes to this all unrighteousness, again, that's letting us know that there are a list of sins that the Lord is letting us know is considered unrighteousness. Okay. Fornication being one, wickedness, covetousness, and so on, as we just read. We're dealing with covetousness today. All right. Let me go back. So since we're dealing with covetousness, let's actually first go and get the definition of what it means to covet. We're going to grab some definitions real quick. We'll do first. Let's go to covet. What does it mean to covet something? So covet, to wish for earnestly, to desire what belongs to another inordinately or culpably, to feel inordinate desire for what belongs to another. Let me see if I click on a few full content. All right, going to Merriam-Webster, covet. Other words, coveted, coveting, covets, to wish for earnestly, to desire what belongs to another. All right. Synonyms of covet, crave, want. You'll see there's a whole list of words. Crave, want, desire, enjoy, love, like, pine for, long for, die for, lust for, after, wish for, pant for, repine for, prefer, hunger for, sigh for. Look at this list of words that all basically mean the same thing. Salivate for, itch for, thirst for, hanker for, after, desiderate, ache, yin, Jones, yearn for, admire, relish, set one's heart on, adore, spoil for, fancy, groove on, delight in, treasure, cherish, appreciate, favor, dig, revel, value, prize. And you can see many of these words you find in the scriptures when it comes to dealing with covet. All right, let's try covetous. All right, so that's in the thesaurus. Let's see the dictionary. Covetous, marked by inordinate desire for wealth or possessions or for another's possessions. All right, having a craving for possession. Covetously, covetousness. All right, let's see what covetousness brings up. Covetousness, the state of being covetous. Avarice, never heard that word, and click on that. It's a new one. Avarice. Excessive or insatiable desire for wealth or profit, greediness, cupidity. So you can see all these words mean the same thing. Somebody that, they just have this strong desire, insatiable desire for wealth or profit. So I guess you could use another word instead of somebody that's being covetous. If you want to sound very proper, you could say he's very avarice. Avarice. That's funny. Well, I've never heard this word before. All right. But let's click on greediness. We're going to talk about that later on. Greediness. The quality or state of being greedy, extreme or excessive desire for food or drink. Extreme or excessive desire for wealth or gain. Covetousness, that's greediness. Strong desire or longing, eagerness. All right. So just keep that in mind. So let's go back to the scriptures. So now that we know the actual definition of covetousness, let's do this real quick. Going to ask what comes from being covetous. Let's see what it has to say. All right. So I just asked, what I mean? What comes from being covetous? It says covetous means having excessive or obsessive desire to possess something that belongs to someone else. The adjective covetous describes a person who strongly desires or envies another's possessions. That's another word we're going to touch on as we go through the lesson. Envy and jealousy. All right. But it says the adjective covetous describes a person who strongly desires or envies another's possessions, wealth, or success. It often implies greed, envy, or an unhealthy preoccupation with acquiring what others have. For example, someone might be covetous of a neighbor's new car or a colleague's promotion, showing intense longing or jealousy over what is not theirs. All right, synonyms and nuances. Covetous is closely related to terms like greedy, acquisitive, grasping, and avaricious, but is specifically emphasizes inordinate desire for another's possessions rather than general greed. Unlike simple envy, covetousness can suggest obsessive or even unethical behavior in pursuit of what one desires. Examples and context. Her covetous eyes lingered over the jewels on display. He was covetous of his colleagues' achievements and constantly compared himself. The covetous politician eyed the mayoral position with intense longing. These examples illustrate how the term conveys both desire and a lack of contentment with one's own possessions. It's another word we're going to touch on, the word contentment. All right. Etymology, worry about that. Summary. In essence, covetous describes a strong, often excessive desire for someone else's possessions or status, highlighting envy, greed, and the lack of satisfaction with what one already has. It is typically used in a negative context to describe selfish or morally questionable longing. All right. So just keep that in mind, as we go through the lesson, that this is what the Lord is trying to warn us against when it comes to his law, statutes, commandments, and judgments. All right, as you're going to find. Let me go back to the scriptures, and we go ahead and move on. So let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 17.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
All right. So the Lord gave us a commandment. We read earlier that the Lord gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor. This is one of those commandments. The Lord gave us his law, statutes, commandments, judgments, and statutes in order for us to govern ourselves. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You sound good. Yes.
In order for us to govern ourselves as a nation, as a people. All right. One of the commandments that he gave us is that thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, manservant, his maidservant, his ox, his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. So he's very clear about it. There is no misunderstanding. All right. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 17.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6 and verse 17. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes which he hath commanded thee.
All right. So he has told us, he's commanded us to keep his commandments. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. All right. So when it comes to Exodus 20 and 17, that we should not covet, this is one of those commandments that we must diligently keep. Okay. And it's just one among a list of many. Okay. We have to keep them all, not just the ones we choose. We can't just pick and choose. You know what I mean? We can't treat the truth like Burger King, have it your way. We can't do that. But that's what Christianity tries to teach us. You can pick and choose what you want to follow, but that's not how this works. You know what I mean? So the Lord specifically told us to diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God and his testimonies and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. All right. He didn't give us a license to just go out and sin. Okay. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 5. And you're going to read verses 21 through 29.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5 and verse 21. Neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife, neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is in thy neighbor's. These words the Lord spake unto all your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a great voice, and he added no more. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stones, and declared them unto me. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And ye said, Behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen his day that God doth talk with man, and he liveth. Now, therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that had heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have and live? Go thou near and hear all that the Lord our God shall say, and speak thou unto us all that the Lord our God shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it. And the Lord heard the voice of your word when ye spake unto me, and the Lord said unto me, I have heard of the voice of the words of his people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such and here in them that they would.
Heart.
Oh, that there were such an heart in them that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever.
So the Lord is saying, oh, that there were such an heart in them that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. So that was the Lord's plan for us, to give us his law, statutes, commandments, and judgments, for us to keep them, for us to be an example of righteousness to each other and to all the other nations on the earth. And by doing so, he promised, he had a reward for us. We were going to be taken care of by our God. He would give us a land. He gave us a heritage. He gave us our language. He was going to make sure we had the necessary things that we needed in order to survive, our basic foods, our basic water, clothing, a house to cover shame. He was going to make sure all the basics were covered. We wouldn't have ever had to worry about anything. We wouldn't have to worry about where to live. We wouldn't have to worry about food. We wouldn't have to worry about water. Wouldn't have to worry about nothing. And then on top of that, if we were keeping the commandments, he would give us even more abundantly, to where, we would just be living lavishly. He was going to take care of us. It's almost like, just like he told David, only if you had kept if you kept my commandments, I would have given you such and such and such and such. What I gave you, was that not enough for you? Like he loved David so much to the point that he told him, I would have, he would have given him the world. And that's the same thing with us. He was going to literally give us the world. That's what our people don't understand. But because of our covetousness, because of our envy, our jealousy, our longing to have what the other nations had. We've asked for a king. Everything we did when he brought us up out of Egypt, we were in the wilderness and we had the multitude of other nations with us. They start whining and complaining, and what do? We start following after them and whining and complaining. So a lot of our own actions led us into the point to where we are today, caught up in captivity under our oppressors because we refuse to meditate on and keep the commandments of our God daily. All right. Let's go to Psalms 10 and 1 through 4. Oh, and let me point out too, just real quick, that keep in mind some of these words that that we're hearing, like the word desire, the word crave, want, wish for, long for, all these words, because all of these plays a part in a person being covetous. Covetousness has to deal with what you desire, what you crave, what it is that you want, something that you're wishing for, longing for, that you're having that strong desire for it. Either it belongs to someone else, but in some cases it doesn't have to belong to somebody else. It's just you having that strong desire for it, that strong craving for it, that want of it so strong, that wish for, that longing for whatever it is, that you're willing to do anything and everything outside of keeping God's commandments to get it. That's when it becomes sin. That's when it becomes covetous. All right. So it doesn't always have to deal with belonging to somebody else. All right. I'll give you an example. Let's say, I don't know, you want a promotion at work. Instead of just working hard to impress the bosses in order to get the promotion, you want the promotion so bad, you're sitting at home dreaming about it every night. You know what I mean? You're staying up all hours of the day and night, working, not, even thinking about the commandments of the Lord. You're neglecting your duties as an Israelite to study, to read the word, to keep the word. You want this promotion so bad to the point to now you're sitting at home up at night, starting to think about ways that you can, make this person look bad at work. And now you're scheming, okay, to try and make sure that the boss isn't looking at this person in order to for the promotion, that they're looking at you. So you start to sabotage others. You start to, just do unscrupulous things in order to try and get the promotion. Even to the point to where maybe start making up, accounts maybe that you're bringing in, trumping up, the amount of work that they're actually doing, misrepresenting, dollar figures, maybe whatever the case is, you're being dishonest in order to try and get the promotion. Okay, that's the kind of thing it's talking about. It doesn't necessarily have to be something of someone else's in order to be covetous. That's the basic definition or the basic concept of the commandment in verse 10. But when you read the scriptures, there are far more scriptures that explains more and more about what being covetous is. All right. We're going to go through these so you get understanding of that. All right. So we're at Psalms 10 and 1 through 4. Have you ready yet?
Ready? Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go ahead.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't read it.
I'm ready. Okay.
The Book of Psalms, chapter 10 and verse 1. Why standest thou afar off, O Lord? Why hidest thou thyself in times of trouble? The wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor, let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined. For the wicked boasted of his hard desires, and blessed the covetous, whom the Lord abhorred. The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts.
So just as we just got through saying, all right, he's telling us the wicked through the pride of his countenance will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts. So just like we were just talking about that person, they want that promotion, they start going home, they're staying up at all hours of the night, working, doing whatever they can to try and get this promotion, and they neglect their duties as an Israelite. God is not in all their thoughts. Their thoughts is on their work. Now you're starting to get into breaking other commandments. Now you're breaking commandment 1. You're putting your job has now become your treasure. Your job has now become your idol. To where now you're breaking commandment 1. Okay. Then you're lying. Now you're breaking another commandment. Okay. So you can see how the breaking of one commandment can lead you to breaking multiple commandments and just starting piling sin upon sin upon sin. Okay. So verse 3, it says, for the wicked boasteth of his heart's desire, and blesseth the covetous, whom the Lord abhorred. So basically it's letting us know that the Lord does not like covetous people. He don't like it. All right. So again, that's not something we're making up. We're reading it right out of the scriptures. Okay. Let's go to Proverbs 11 and 23.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 11, and verse 23. The desire of the righteous is only good, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath.
All right. The desire of the righteous is only good. Remember at the beginning of the lesson, we started off asking, you got to ask yourself the question, what are your desires? What do you desire? Do you desire the sincere milk of the word? Because the desire of the righteous is only good. The desire of somebody that is righteous is desiring that sincere milk of the word. They desire to know the commandments of the Lord. They desire to know how to repent so that they can actually put it to practice, actually repent, actually change their ways, so that they can actually walk away from being involved in wickedness. Okay? The desire of the righteous is only good, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath. If you're going to be caught up in unrighteousness, you're going to be dealing in all unrighteousness, you're going to be caught up in sin and iniquity, the only thing you should be expecting from the Lord is wrath. And you are going to feel it. All right? That's a question you got to ask yourself, and only you know the answer. Are you going to fulfill, the Lord's commandments? You're going to fulfill his desire and do his will? Or are you going to do your own will and follow after your own desires? All right. Let's go to Proverbs 18 and 1 through 2.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 18, and verse 1. Through desire, a man having separated himself, seeketh and intermediate with all wisdom.
Intermeddleth.
Say it again.
Intermeddleth.
Intermeddle.
There you go.
Okay. Through desire, a man having separated himself, seeketh and intermeddle with all wisdom. A fool hath no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself.
So it's just like we were just saying. What are your desires? Because it's saying through desire, meaning through desire of what? Through desire of the commandments, through his desire of wanting to be righteous, through the desire of the sincere milk of the word. He separated himself from who? From sinners, from the wicked, from those living in unrighteousness, not wanting to walk in their ways, not wanting to stand in the midst of them. All right. He separated himself through desire. A man having separated himself seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom. So what do you seek? What is it that you're wanting to meddle with? What are you wanting to get involved in? Are you seeking to get involved with wisdom? All right. It says a fool. So on the flip side, a fool has no delight in understanding. So a person that is wanting to be righteous is going to be seeking. They're going to be wanting to get involved with all wisdom, which is what? Wisdom is the fear of the Lord. Okay. Understanding is turning away from evil. That's Job 28. So grab that real quick. Job 28:28.
The book of Job, chapter 28 and verse 28. And unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding.
All right. So as we just said, wisdom is the fear of the Lord, and understanding is departing from evil. All right. So going back to Proverbs 18 and verse 2 says, a fool hath no delight in understanding. So in other words, a fool has no delight in repentance. They don't care about it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to change. They like the way they are. And you're going to hear people say that, I like the way I am. They're content with the way they are because, again, sin is pleasurable. All right. Living according to the lust of the flesh to a lot of people, it's very pleasurable. It gives them joy to be able to go out on Friday nights and go to a bar or go to a club and dance and drink and maybe go to an after party after the club and drink some more and smoke some weed and, invite some women back to whatever after party they're going to, or meet some women at the after party. Take a woman home, or a woman take a man home that night. Go home and indulge even into more pleasure in fornication. Okay. So you can see for a lot of people, that's the life. They don't see nothing wrong with it because they're having fun. They're enjoying themselves day in and day out. They don't see nothing wrong with it. Okay. So a fool hath no delight in understanding. Okay. It says, but that his heart may discover itself. All right. So let me read the whole thing again. Proverbs 18:1. Through desire, a man having separated himself seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom. A fool hath no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself. Okay. Let's go to Psalms 37. You're going to read verses 1-4.
The book of Psalms, chapter 37 and verse 1. At this also my heart trembleth and is moved out of his place. Hear
Psalms
attentively the
37.
noise.
Psalms 37.
I thought I was still on Psalms. We went to Job. Give me a second. Hold on. The book of Psalms, chapter 37 and verse 1. Here we go. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity, for they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart.
Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. All right. So we've got to keep this in mind. Okay. Let's go back up to verse 1. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity. There's that word, envy. Again, like I said, keep in mind some of these words. We have to keep in mind, okay, that from covetous comes envy and jealousy. All right. What comes from envy and jealousy? Resentment. What comes from resentment? Hatred. Okay. So we've got to keep this in mind that it just sin builds atop of sin, atop of sin, atop of sin. All right. Covetousness leads to sin and causes a person to engage in other forms of unlawful and sinful acts, basically. It's just, one step leads to another step, to another step, to another step. And the next thing you know, you're not just walking in sin, you're running in sin. Okay. And no turning back. Nobody can catch you to try and stop you and be like, hey, whoa, slow down. Slow your pace. Let me show you something. Nobody's going to be able to catch up to you to show you where you're going wrong. What do they call that? Life in the fast lane. So a lot of our people love that life. In fact, they even made a song about that way back in the day. Life in the fast lane. Life in the fast lane. I don't even know who made that song. I never even knew who ever made it. Hold on. Who made that song? Life in the Fast Lane was written by Joe Walsh, Glenn Frey, and Don Henley, and recorded by the American rock band The Eagles for their 1976 album Hotel California. All right, see, I never knew that was the Eagles that made that song. You would hear it all the time growing up, all right, as a kid back in the 70s and 80s. So they even made a song about that, life in the fast lane. A lot of our people like living life in the fast lane. Okay. And at some point, life in the fast lane is going to catch up to you. You're going to crash. You're going to crash and burn, as they like to say. All right. So we're going to continue with, with this covetousness. Actually, we're going to go into the scriptures and show some examples. All right. Out of the scriptures of some of our forefathers that made mistakes and made the mistake of allowing themselves to become envious and to covet things of somebody else's. In Exodus 20 and 17, we read, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. And it gave a whole list of things. So we're going to start with that one. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Think of an example out of the Bible where that situation happened. All right, we're going to show you one. But before we do, I just want you to think about it for a second. If you've actually read and studied, it might pop into your head right away. If not, we'll just go ahead and give it to you. But those of you that are studied, it might be the first one that pops into your mind. We're going to read about Naboth's vineyard. Okay. A house can include land. So we shouldn't be coveting, desiring, being envious or jealous of any of our brothers and sisters that may own certain, own lands or certain plots of land or property or properties or houses, homes. You know what I mean? Shouldn't be envious of that. Shouldn't be jealous of it. Shouldn't be letting yourself covet what they've got. All right. So let's go to the book of First Kings and read about Naboth's vineyard. Okay. And read about King Ahab. First Kings 21 and 1. All right. And just go ahead and read it all the way through. I'll give some commentary after you're done.
Okay. The book of First Kings, chapter 2, and verse 1.
No, 21 and 1.
21 and 1.
21 and 1 through 29.
Here we go. The book of First Kings, chapter 21, and verse 1. And it says, And it came to pass after these things that Nabor the Jezreelite had a vineyard which was in Jezreel, hard, hard by the place of Ahab, king
By
of
the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria.
by the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria. And Ahab spake unto Nabor, saying, Give me thy vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs, because it is near unto my house, and I will give thee for it a better vineyard than it. Or if it seem good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money. And Nabor said to Ahab, The Lord forbade it me that I should give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee. And Ahab came into his house heavy and displeased because of the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him. For he had said, I will not give thee the inheritance of my father. And he laid him down upon his bed and turned away his face and would eat no bread. But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said unto him, why is thy spirit so sad that thou eatest no bread? And he said unto her, Because I spake unto Nabor the Jezreelite, and said unto him, Give it me thy vineyard for money, or else, if it please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give thee my vineyard. And Jezebel, his wife, said unto him, Dost thou know governor, the king of Israel?
Does thou now govern the kingdom of Israel?
Dost thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise, eat bread, and let thy heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. So she wrote a letter in Ahab's name and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letter unto the elders and to the nobles that were in his city, dwelling with Naboth. And she wrote in the letter, saying, Proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people, and set two men, sons of Belial, before him to bear witness against him, saying, Thou didst blaspheme God and the king, and then carry him out, stone him, that he may die. And the men of his city, even the elders of the nobles who were the inhabitants of his city, did as Jezebel had sent unto them, and as it was written in the letter which she had sent unto them. They proclaimed a fast and set Naboth on high among the people. And there came in two men, children of Belial, and sat before him. And the men of Belial witnessed against him, even against Naboth, in the presence of the people, saying, Naboth did blaspheme God and the king. Then they carried him forth out of the city and and stoned him with stones that he died. Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned and is dead. And it came to pass, when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned and was dead, that Jezebel said to Ahab, Arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give thee for money. For Naboth is not alive, but dead. And it came to pass, when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria. Behold, he is in the vineyard of Naboth, whither he is gone down to possess it. And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Hast thou killed and also taken possession? And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus saith the Lord, In the place where dogs licketh the blood of the bought, shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine. And Ahab said to Elijah, Hast thou found me, O my enemy? Oh, he answered, I have found thee, because thou hast sold thyself to work evil in the sight of the Lord. Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and will take away thy posterity,
Posterity.
and will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall, and him that is shut up and left in Israel. And I will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahiah, for the provocation wherewith thou hast provoked me to anger, and made Israel to sin. And Jezebel also spake the Lord, saying, The dog shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. Him that dieth of Ahab in the city of the dog shall eat, and him that dieth in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. But there was none like unto Ahab, which did sell himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Lord, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up. And he did very abominably, yeah, and he did very abominably in following idols, according to all this, as did the Amorites, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. And it came to pass, when Ahab heard those words, that he rent his clothes and put sackcloth upon him his flesh, and fasted and laid in sackcloth and went softly. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Seest thou, seest thou how Ahab humbled himself before me? Because he humbled himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house.
All right. Okay. So let's examine this situation with Ahab. Okay. Number one, it started with Ahab desiring to have something that belonged to somebody else. He wanted this land. It didn't belong to him. So he went, which is, something somebody would do going out. Hey, you want to sell that? Okay. But the situation would have been avoided if he would have just said, you know what? Hey, I understand that's his land. It was allotted to him, through his, through his family line. He inherited it. Let me just go find somewhere else. But that's not what he did. He desired to have it. He just had to have it. Um, how to put it? It started with Ahab desiring to have something that belonged to somebody else. That something was Naboth's land, right? So he already was in the midst of breaking commandment 10 by desiring to have the land of his neighbor. So he was already in sin just off the jump, just by he knew this land belonged to Naboth. He desired to have it. He was already he was already breaking commandment 10. Um, when Naboth refused to sell him the land, he wanted it so bad that it caused him to become grieved over it. Okay, almost to the point where he's acting like a little crybaby. Like a little kid whose mommy told him that he can't go outside and play for the day, or mommy said you can't have no cookies. And he's gonna fold his arms up, stomp into the bedroom, jump himself on the bed and lay on the bed, sucking his thumb, You know what I mean? Being a little brat. That's basically what Ahab was acting like. Okay. At that point, how would I put it? He was now breaking commandment 1 because he wanted this land so bad that he let this land become his treasure. This land became his idol. Okay. Which is what Exodus 20:3, commandment 1. Think about that. He became so grieved to the point that he wouldn't even eat. He didn't want to eat anything. He didn't want to do anything. His grief then led to his next mistake, which was basically the same mistake Adam made. Adam allowed his wife to do what? To usurp authority over men. That's the same thing Ahab allowed his wife Jezebel to do. And that's what I laugh about sometimes when you talk about the Jezebel spirit, that most women don't even know what the Jezebel spirit is. They hear Jezebel spirit and they automatically jump to thinking that you're saying that, you know, they're a prostitute or a WHORE or something. And that's not the only definition of what being a Jezebel is. Being a Jezebel is like the Jezebel of the Bible, who didn't care about God's commandments, who went out of her way to go and usurp authority over men by going behind her husband's back, writing a clear letter that he didn't write. You know what I mean? But made the people believe that he wrote the letter, putting his seal on it and everything. And then causing this man to be killed, setting up his death. All right. Just real quick, because I just said something. Let's look up the word usurp real quick so that you get an understanding what the word usurp means too, because I know a lot of our people don't really understand what that word means. USURP, usurp, definition or meaning. Usurp. Let me switch real quick, stop sharing. Wish it was an easier way to do that where you don't have to keep, right, going back and forth. Meaning of usurp. Usurp is a verb that means to seize or take control of a position, power, right, or authority without legal right or permission, often by force or deception. That is exactly what his wife did. Okay. She took control of a position. She took control and authority of a situation. She took power without the legal right or permission to do it. Okay. And it says often by force or deception. She did it by deception and she did it by force because she ended up having him killed. All right. As a transitive verb, to take and hold office, place, functions, powers, rights, etc., by force or without right. To seize or exercise authority or possession wrongfully. All right. Key features implies illegitimate or wrongful seizure of something. That is exactly what she did, and that is exactly what he did. Okay. Often involves force, manipulation, or deception. And that goes for a lot of these women nowadays that are manipulating a lot of these men in a lot of these different situations. It says can apply to political power, workplace authority, rights, or even market share or cultural dominance. All right. Examples and context is political, workplace, market, cultural. So it's just giving some examples. All right. Synonyms: seize, confiscate, steal, grab, occupy, supplant, take over. So all of those things, every single one of those, we see that basically you could apply it to this to the situation. Share screen again. Share screen. All right. So is it back on? Yeah, it's back on. Like,
Yes.
no, it didn't go on. All right. So let me click on it. There we go. All right. So we can see by her usurping authority, or basically going behind her husband's back, writing this letter, setting this man up to be killed. This led to an unjust judgment against Naboth. Okay, breaking another law. Go to Leviticus 19:15. Leviticus 19:15.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 19 and verse 15. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor.
But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. And we can see there was nothing righteous about what either of them did. All right. So they unjustly judged him, unjustly had him killed, basically. All right. Which is what the breaking of commandment 6, Exodus 20 and 13. Real quick, let's go to Exodus 23 and 7. You're going to read verses 7 and 8.
The book of Exodus, chapter 23 and verse 7. Keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not. For I will not justify the wicked, and thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise and preventeth the words of the righteous.
And perverted the words of the righteous. So it says, keep thee far from a false matter. So if Ahab had actually kept the commandments, kept the law of the Lord, he would have stayed far away from that false matter to see what his wife was doing. And he found out what she did. He should have been the first one to arrest her and be like, hey, I wanted it, but I wasn't going to murder the man over it. Who told you to go do something like this? He should have been throwing his wife in prison. But no, that's not what he did. As soon as he found out what she did, he jumped up happy, just happy.
Mm-hmm.
Got up, went down, and claimed the land. But the Lord says, keep thee far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay thou not. Naboth was an innocent and righteous man. He didn't do nothing to them. He didn't do anything wrong, except to own some land that his forefathers had given to him for an inheritance. It says, for I will not justify the wicked. Verse 8, and thou shalt take no gift. Because isn't that basically what his wife did? She gifted him this land. All right. It says, for the gift blinded the wise and perverted the words of righteous, which is exactly what you see happening in that situation. He accepted this gift from his wife, and he went completely blind to the fact of the sin that she committed in order for him to get that land. All right. And we got to also keep in mind that the Lord expected the men that were in authority to be haters of covetousness. That if you had any kind of ranking or high rank or any kind of authority or honor, You were expected to hate covetousness. Grab that in Exodus 18. Exodus 18, I believe it's like 20, 21, 20, 21, somewhere around there, 22. 21, verse 21.
The book of Exodus, chapter 18 and verse 21. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, and rulers of 50, and rulers of tens.
So you can see that the Lord basically expected, if you were put in a position of authority, you were expected to be somebody that what? Fear God, somebody that's a man of truth, a person that's a hater of covetousness. Those were the people that the Lord wanted in rulership. Okay, he didn't want nobody like Ahab being a ruler over his people. That's why we're in the position that we're in now, because that's what ended up happening. It always seems to happen with our people. Our people get a little bit of power and we let it go to our head. All right. Let's look at another situation real quick of one of our forefathers breaking commandment 10. Okay. We just read about thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. The second one is thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Okay, so let's read about King David next. King David broke this portion of the commandment. Okay, when it came to who? The story about David and Bathsheba. All right, so we're going to read about that. So let's go to 2 Samuel 11. You're going to read verses 1 through 27. So we're bringing these to you so that you go back and read them later on, not just learn where the commandment is located in the scriptures and read it, but you could also go back to the scriptures and read examples of our forefathers who actually broke these commandments and understand how it came about that they broke the commandments and what happened to them after they broke it. What punishment came upon them? What did the Lord do to them for breaking the commandments? And that should be something to learn from. When you start thinking about commandment 10, you should be thinking, oh man, no, I don't want to do like Ahab. No, you know what? I don't, when it comes to adultery or coveting a neighbor's wife, no, I don't want to do like King David did. All right. So that's the purpose of reading about these situations. Let's go ahead and read.
The book of 2 Samuel, chapter 11, and verse 1. And it came to pass, after the year was expired, at the time when king go forth to battle, that David sent Joab and his servants with him and all Israel, and they destroyed the children of Ammon, and besides Rabbah,
And besieged Rabbah.
and besieged Rabbah. But David besieged Rabbah. Hold on. But David tarried still at Jerusalem. And it came to pass in an evening
Evening tide.
Okay. And it came to pass in an evening tide that David arose from off his bed and walked upon the roof of the king's house. And from the roof he saw a woman washing herself, and the woman was very beautiful to look upon. And David sent and inquired after the woman. And one said, is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? And David sent messengers and took her, and she came in unto him, and he lay with her, for she was purified from her uncleanness, and she returned unto her house.
So in other words, she had just, she had been finished from her what do you call it? Her menstrual cycle. And now she was at a point of ovulation when all this went down, and the next verse tells us what happened. Go ahead.
And the woman conceived and sent and told David and said, I am with child.
So in
And
other
David
words, got pregnant. Okay, David saw this woman there. He, we'll talk about it after. Go ahead and read through it.
and David sent to Joab, saying, Send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. And when Uriah was come unto him, David demanded of him how Joab did, and how the people did, and how the war prospered. And David said to Uriah, Go down to thy house and wash thy feet. And Uriah departed out of the king's house, and there followed him a mess of meat from the king. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and went not down to his house. And when they had told David, saying, Uriah went not down unto his house, David said unto Uriah, Comest thou not from thy journey? Why then didst thou not go down unto thy house? And Uriah said unto David, The ark and Israel and Judah abided in tents, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord are encamped in the open fields. Shall I then go into mine house to eat and to drink and to lie with my wife? As thou livest, and as thy soul liveth, I will not do this thing. And David said unto Uriah, Tarry here today also, and tomorrow I will let thee depart. So Uriah abode in Jerusalem that day and the morrow. And when David had called him, he did eat and drink before him, and he made him drunk. And at evening he went out to lie on his bed with the servants of his Lord, but went not down to his house. And it came to pass in the morning that David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah. And he wrote in the letter saying, Set Uriah in the forefront of the hottest battle, and retire ye from him, that he may be smitten and die. And it came to pass when Joab observed the city, that he assigned Uriah unto a place where he knew that valiant men were. And the men of the city went out and fought with Joab, and there fell some of the people of the servants of David, and Uriah the Hittite died also. Then Joab sent and told David all the things concerning the war, and the charge the messenger, saying, When thou hast made an end of telling the matter of the war unto the king, and if so be that the king wrath arise, he say unto thee, Wherefore approached ye so nigh unto to the city when ye did fight, when ye not hold on, knew ye not that they would shoot from the wall, whose smote Abimelech, the son of Jerubbesheth? Did not a woman cast a piece of milestone upon him from the wall, that he died in
In Thebes.
the the beast,
In Thebes.
in the beast? Yeah.
No,
Why
Thebes.
when
Thebes.
thieves,
Yeah, like
thieves,
saying thieves, but Thebes with a B.
thieves? Why when ye nigh the wall, then say thou, Thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. So the messenger went and came and saw David all that Joab had sent him for. And the messenger said unto David, Surely the men prevailed against us, and came out unto us into a field, and were upon them even unto the entering of the gate. And the shooters shot from off the wall upon thy servants, and some of the king's servants be dead, and thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. Then David said unto the messenger, thus shalt thou say unto Joab, let not this thing displease thee, for the sword devoureth one as well as another. Make thy battle more strong against the city, and overthrow it, and encourage thou him. And when the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah her husband was dead, she mourned for her husband. And when the mourning was past, David sent and fetched her to his house, and she became his wife and bare him a son. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord.
But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord. Now let's talk about what it is that David had done. All right. Let's examine the situation with King David and Bathsheba. First off, David allowed himself to commit adultery first by simply looking at this woman and desiring her. Okay. So he was already in sin. He was up on the rooftop. He's walking around. He looks down. He sees her down there bathing. He's already lusting after her. Let's get that. Let's go to Matthew 5:27. Show you that you don't have to actually be in the midst of a physical act in order to be in adultery.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5, and verse 27. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart.
But I say unto you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. That is exactly what King David did. All right. He was already lusting after her just from seeing her down there bathing herself. Okay. The second thing, when he inquired about her and was told she was married, that should have been the end of it right there. The moment they were like, oh no, that's so-and-so's wife, David should have been like, oh, okay, then I guess leave that alone then. But David went on to break commandment 10, Exodus 20:17. He just, like, you know what, basically, I don't care if she's married. He desired her anyway. He had her come over anyway. He laid down with her anyway. All right. The third commandment David broke was commandment 7. Go to Exodus 20:14. So you can see that just from this one situation, there were multiple commandments that was broken by King David.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20, and verse 14. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
All right. Let me go back because I put the wrong one. So Exodus 20:14. Thou shalt not commit adultery. So he committed adultery. Okay. Let's go to Deuteronomy 22:22.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, and verse 22. If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman, and the woman, so shalt thou put away evil from Israel.
A lot of people don't talk about this aspect of what King David did. King David should have been the one actually being put to death for what he did. So you got to remember that the Lord showed a tremendous amount of restraint with King David in this situation. He gave King David a whole lot of leeway when it came to this situation, because he did exactly what we're reading here. If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman, so shalt thou put away evil from Israel. letting us know that what King David did was absolute evil. All right. I guess you could say that he wasn't actually found lying with her by anybody. Just the Lord knows everything we do. The Lord knew what he did. Okay. Let me see. Where's another one we can go? Leviticus 20 and 10. There's another. Leviticus 20 and 10.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 20 and verse 10. And the man that committed adultery with another man's wife, even he that committed adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death.
All right. So at this point, we know that both of them should have been put to death. He and Bathsheba. All right. Okay. What is the fourth commandment he broke? Okay. He broke commandment 6. Go to Exodus 20 and 13.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 13. Thou shalt not kill.
Yep. Thou shalt not kill. He broke commandment 6. He put him on the front line. And the other thing that people don't talk about also is it just wasn't him that got killed based upon what David did. Remember, King David was the one that gave the order to make sure that the men go close to the wall so that he could get killed. But you read in the situation that he wasn't the only one that got killed. Several of the men of the army got killed, including him. All right. Where is that at? That verse, verse 24, it says, and the shooter shot from off the wall upon thy servants, and some of the king's servants be dead, and thy servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. So Uriah wasn't the only one David killed in that situation, had killed. Several of the soldiers, many, and it doesn't tell us how many. It says some of the king's servants be dead. So in order to cover up his sin, King David was willing to kill multiple people just to cover that up. Now, hopefully, Lord's will, you can see why the Lord was so upset with David with what he did. Go to Exodus 21:14.
The book of Exodus, chapter 21 and verse 14. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar, that he may die.
Because that's exactly what David did. Okay. He had him killed with guile. Okay. So you can see that one sin leads to a multitude of sins, just heaping sin upon sin upon sin upon sin. And sometimes our people don't realize that. And that is in this one situation. All right. Let's go to the book of Job. Okay. Since we're dealing with adultery to a point, which also has to do with covetousness, let's go to the book of Job. Let's go to Job 31. Let me get there real quick. Job 31. You gotta read verses 1 through 10.
All right. The book of Job, chapter 31 and verse 1. I made a covenant with mine eyes. Why then shall I think upon it made? For what portion of God is there from above, and what inheritance of the Almighty from on high? Is not destruction to the wicked, and strange punishment to the workers of iniquity? Does not he see my ways, and count all my steps? If I have walked with vanity, or if my foot had hasted to deceive, let me be weighed in an even balance, that God may know my integrity. If my steps had turned out of the way, and my heart walked after my eyes, and if any blot had cleaved to my hands, then let me show and let another eat. Yeah, let my offspring be rooted out. If my heart have been deceived by a woman, or if I have laid wait at my neighbor's door, then let my wife grind unto another, and let others bow down upon her.
All right. So what Job is talking about right here is real heavy. Okay. Especially when it comes to the sin of adultery. Let's first ask ourselves, how do we avoid committing adultery in the first place? How do we avoid this? Doing what King David did. All right. What we're reading about here in Job 31, Job is telling us how. First thing, we have to make a covenant with our eyes. Okay. Remember the commandments. Remember the scriptures tells us to not look upon a woman's beauty. All right. We've got to keep that in mind. That's why we have to constantly meditate on the commandments of the Lord. That when these situations happen, you have the wherewithal to understand, like, oh man, I'm sitting here lusting after this woman, man. Christ said that just looking at her is a sin. Let me turn my eyes away. Let me do like Job said. Let me make a covenant with my eyes. Now let me turn away from looking at this woman or looking at her for. That's why it's important for us to meditate on the scriptures so that we can know the scriptures when we find ourselves in these situations. You know how to get yourself out of them before anything happens based upon the scriptures. These scriptures should be popping into your head, right? When you're in that situation, Matthew 5:27 should be popping into your head. Job 31 should be popping into your head. All right. We're told to not look upon a woman's beauty. We are told to not desire her for pleasure. These scriptures should be popping into your head. Even if you don't even remember the exact scripture, the exact book, you know what I mean? The exact chapter, the exact verse, but you can summarize it in your mind. Like, hey, you know what? Yeah, the scripture says, don't desire a woman for pleasure. Let me get away from this lady trying to talk to me for. We have to remind ourselves that, like it says in verse 4, it says, does not he see my ways and count all my steps? We have to remind ourselves that the Lord sees everything we do. Job is acknowledging that. Does not he see my ways? When you find yourself in these situations, that should be going through your mind, my mind, his mind. The Lord sees everything we do. Like, no, I'm not getting ready to do that. Nah, Because a lot of our people only care about what man thinks. We don't care. We as Israelites, a lot of our people, we don't care what the Lord thinks. All right. Another thing we got to keep in mind is that if we do sin, we have to be willing to accept the punishment. That's what King David did. King David was told, like, you know what? I'm gonna kill your son. For you doing what you did, I'm gonna go kill your son. And even his men couldn't even really, when you go back and read it, his men couldn't even understand that David was in mourning. He was sad over his son and weeping and everything like that. But as soon as the kid died, David was cool. David took off his mourning clothes and put his regular clothes back on and was chilling. Was like, all right, okay, it's all good. They're looking at him like, you all right? You don't seem too broke up about your son dying. And David's just like, he's dead. What am I supposed to do? What you expect me to do? I can't bring him back to life. He's gone now. It's time to move on with life. So, you got to keep that in mind. David was willing to accept the punishment. His punishment was losing his kid, losing his son. All right. As men, we always got to, because I'm going to go to another part of Job 31, okay, where it says in verse 8, actually, no, go to verse 9. Says, if mine heart have been deceived by a woman, or if I have laid wait at my neighbor's door, meaning you went and laid down with your neighbor's wife, he says, then let my wife grind unto another, and let others bow down upon her. That's real heavy, because a lot of men don't want to think of it that way. Okay, if you're going to be out there committing sin, you're going to be out there committing adultery, think about that. What if your wife is out there doing the same thing? Keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. Think about that. There are men out here that are looking at your wife. How are you going to feel to be out with your wife and, and knowing and seeing other men constantly looking at your wife and checking out your wife? And then taking it even further of what Job just said, imagining in your mind your wife being all up on top of some other dude, or some other dude being all up on your wife. How would you feel? Doing things with another man that she only supposed to be doing with you. Think about that. Any man that loves his wife, that's not a good feeling. Even think about it. It even thinking about it hurts so bad that you don't want to think about it. You don't even want to imagine your wife being up on some other dude. But that's what Job is saying. Hey, if I mess up and I go out there and I mess around and lay down with my neighbor's wife, then let my wife go and be on top of somebody else. Let her go do what she's gonna do. Let her do the same. It's kind of being said, I want to say almost like in a sarcastic way, to try and let our men, let us, understand that, hey, if we're going to be out here doing this, keep in mind what goes around comes around. Let her go do the same. At some point, a woman will get fed up and go do the same thing. Let her man be out there running the streets and constantly cheating and messing around with, with other women. Eventually, she's going to go out and do the same. So Job is reminding us of that. What goes around comes around. You don't want her cheating on you, then don't be out there cheating on her, because you know how you're going to feel to find out that she was out there messing around with some other dude. Some other man was out there touching her. Some other man was, all up on her, and she was all up on him. That's what he's saying. Then let my wife grind unto another. Think about that. You don't want to think. Do you want to think of something like that? I don't even want to think of my wife being all up on some other dude. But unfortunately, in the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities, a lot of our men don't think about that. They just go out, chase skirts, as they call it, chase after women, give into whoremongering, break wedlock. And then as soon as the woman does the same thing, then they want to be a hypocrite and call her all kinds of names, call her outside her name, and, throw a fit. But the scriptures tells us you reap what you sow. And Job is doing an excellent job of reminding us of that. I remember the first time I read this, and I was like, whoa, like, man, Job is not playing, is he? And let my wife grind unto another. Just the way it's written. Immediately think about that. Just let that thought pop in your head for a second. Your wife being on top of another man. That is not a good feeling. In Job, it is written that way for that exact purpose. For you to think about it, envision it, and let that feeling just sink into your heart that no, no, I don't. But like right now, even just gripping the arm, the chairs of the arm, or the what are these? The arms of the chair. Just even thinking about it, like no, 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 no. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right, when it comes to being covetous, that covetousness leads to other sins, especially when you desire the wife of your neighbor. Okay, so we talked about a couple of these. We read about a situation where one of our forefathers was coveting a neighbor's land, which, house lands, pretty much the same thing. And another one of our forefathers was coveting his neighbor's wife. All right. So now let's bring it to more modern times. What are some, because it says your neighbors don't covet your neighbors, what do you call it, handmade, they're animals, you know what I mean, that they're going to work with. So let's take it into more modern times. What are some other things that we could think of that people today might covet that belongs to other people, like your house, their cars, luxury items like jewelry, the kind of clothes they wear, the status somebody may have, whether it's on the job or maybe even the kind of job they've got. People are going to, like they say, people are going to be haters. Being envious of another person's income, how much money they make, their looks, maybe their achievements, their influence, their wealth. These are all things that are going on today in today's modern society that people are envying and having jealousy over others over. The kind of house, car, jewelry and luxury items, the kind of shoes you wear. Like today, there are women that look at, a man wearing Jordans and automatically assumes that he's got money and start running after him. And I don't understand it. Why you got 40, 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old men running around wearing Jordans. I don't get it. It's crazy. You got men my age. I'm going to be 53 in July. You got men my age running around town wearing Air Jordans, trying to look like a teenager. It's crazy. All right. So just keep that in mind, bringing it to more modern times. Also, remember earlier we spoke about how covetousness leads to envy and jealousy. All right. Remember we talked about how that envy and jealousy leads to resentment, and that resentment leads to hatred. Okay. So let's go to Proverbs 27. Let's go to Proverbs 27 and 4.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 27 and verse 4. Wrath is cruel and anger is outrageous, but who is able to stand before envy?
But who is able to stand before envy? All right, let's go to Sirach 37. You're going to read verses 10 through 12.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 37 and verse 10. Consult not with one that suspected thee, and hide thy counsel from such as envy thee. Neither consult with a woman touching her own uh, her neither consult with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous, neither with a coward in matters of war, nor with a merchant concerning exchange, nor with a buyer of selling, nor with an envious man of thankfulness, nor with a unmerciful man touching kindness, nor with the slothful for any work, nor with a hireling for a year of finishing work, nor with with an idle servant of much business. Hearken not unto these in any matter of counsel, but be continually with a uh, godly man, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Lord, whose mind is according to thy mind, and will sorrow with thee if thou shalt miscarry.
All right. So again, we got to keep in mind the Bible is warning us about having people around us that envies you. All right. You especially today, you have to be very careful about that. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find some. Just give me a second.
Mhm.
All right. Okay, I found some. So I just wanted to find some videos real quick that shows what could happen when people allow an envious or jealous person to come into their group or their, what do you call it, your sphere of influence or what have you.
Mhm.
You go there and stop right there real quick. Share screen, share. There we go. Can you see it?
Mhm. Yep.
All right. So as you can see, all I did was just typed in people murdered because of envy. All right. So you can see this video here. I don't know if that's like a Arab video or something but they've got it right. Talking about the Bibles, the first murder in human history was due to envy. A brother killed his brother, which you read about in the scriptures. All right. I was going to put that in the lesson, but you can go and read about that, about Cain and Abel. That's exactly what happened. We're gonna touch up on it just a little bit. All right, but remember that the very first murder that happened that you read about in the Bible happened because of envy. All right, you have this video here: envy and jealousy leads to murder. The Julie Johnson story. People who killed out of jealousy. What is this? High school cheerleaders who got murdered for jealousy. She stabbed him in the heart because she broke up with him and was barely sentenced to prison. Judge accused of shooting ex-boyfriend in the head while he slept. And we know that already. Envy was the real reason that they killed Christ. Aspiring rapper killed while making a video. We know that's usually over jealousy with our people. There's a video what exactly triggers envy. Another video, envy, the sin that killed Abel. Here's another video, envy looks quiet but screams inside. The hidden truth about envy, why it destroys you from within. How envy turns people into enemies. Trying to see if there's, just like one that just stands out that we can watch that clearly will show what we're talking about. A woman allegedly killed her husband after he complained about his coffee. Wow. Out of jealousy, she killed her sister, but never knew her what? Her ghost will come for revenge. Okay, that must be a made up story. The role of envy and narcissistic abuse. 3 shocking new details. What? In Kentucky, mom's alleged execution of her twin, of her 2 kids. Oh, that was say her twin, or 2 kids. Murdered with envy. Let me see this one here. This one you gotta read. Man hired by jealous ex-slave's dentist receives death sentence. In October 2018, a Dallas jury found a 34-year-old man guilty of capital murder in the 2015 shooting death of a pediatric dentist. Jurors deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Christopher Love guilty in the death of 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher. Prosecutors say Love was hired to kill Hatcher, who was shot in the head at her Dallas apartment complex in September 2015. Hatcher's death was allegedly orchestrated by Brenda Delgado, 36, the former girlfriend of the man Hatcher was dating at the time. See, that's why you got to be real careful when you know that there's people out there that's jealous. You don't know how deep it goes, and people just let their guard down. So after being interviewed by police about Hatcher's murder, Delgado fled to Mexico and was designated on the FBI's most wanted list. Delgado was turned over to the FBI by Mexican authorities and also been charged with capital murder and is awaiting trial. And it goes on to another one. Woman convicted of stabbing boyfriend to death with butcher knife. In January, Melanie Eam, 22, was found guilty of second-degree murder for the 2016 death of her ex, James Berry. Following their breakup in November 2016, prosecutors said that Eam stabbed Berry with a butcher knife and left him to die. Wow. Prosecutors say Eam then left West Palm Beach, Florida after killing Berry and fled to Maryland, where she confessed to police. Investigators said that Eam was angry with Berry for breaking up with her and stabbed him as retribution. At trial, Eam's defense has suggested the boyfriend of Berry's mother, Guy Hand, stabbed Berry during an argument with Eam. So they're trying to claim that it wasn't her, that it was his mother's boyfriend that actually stabbed him. Eam's first trial ended in mistrial after jurors had trouble deciding between the murder charge and manslaughter. I don't see how that happens if she actually went to the other state and confessed to the police there that she did it. I don't even see what the confusion is about. So the retrial in 2019 resulted in the second-degree murder conviction. Eam is scheduled to be sentenced in April 2019. Another one, a Kentucky woman gets life in prison for slaying a boyfriend. In August 2018, Shayna Hubers, 27, was convicted of murder in the 2012 shooting death of 29-year-old ex-boyfriend Ryan Polston. On the night Polston died, he was reportedly planning to meet former Miss Ohio, Audrey Bolt, for a night out. According to police, Hubers was aware of the rendezvous and murdered Polston because he attempted to end their relationship. Confessed to police she shot Polston as he lay dying and finished him off with one final blow, prosecutors said. Hubers has argued she shot Polston in self-defense. Prosecutors say she killed him because he was ending the relationship. Hubers was convicted of murder in the case once before, but the decision was overturned because one juror was a convicted felon. Huber has served 6 years already and will be eligible for parole in 14 years. All right, so let's go back. If you get a chance, just go back, type in some, go to YouTube, go to Google, type in some of this stuff, you know what I mean? And see the news articles and things that pop up and get an idea of exactly how somebody that's covetous can let that spirit of envy and jealousy jump on them and basically end up, leading to all kinds of other crimes. All right. Another situation we were going to go through in the scriptures was about Leah and Rachel, but for the sake of time, I'll just give you the books, all right, and what scriptures to go and read, because it's a lot. And for the sake of time, we won't be able to read all the way through them, but read about Leah and Rachel in Genesis 29, verses 1 through 35. And then in Genesis 30 and 1 through 43. Okay. And this situation has to do with multiple wives. It's got to do with deceit. It's got to do with envy. Basically, deceit and envy is basically what led these two sisters to constantly be comparing themselves to each other. The comparisons that they were making to each other, towards each other, that led to them competing against each other for the affections of Jacob, which is their husband. This situation also deals with how he was deceitfully tricked into marrying two women by his own uncle, basically, you know what I mean, to marry his two daughters. Excuse me, Jacob was expecting to marry one daughter that he was in love with, but was tricked into marrying the other daughter while he was in the marriage chamber, dark. The other sister was brought in. He didn't know. Laid down with her that night, and everything. Woke up the next morning to find that it wasn't the sister that he wanted, and was tricked into waiting another 7 years, because he waited 7 years to marry her and got tricked into marrying the other sister, and then ended up waiting another 7 years to marry the other sister. All right. It goes into, again, like multiple wives. Because you got to remember that when it comes to dealing with multiple wives, that deals with covetousness too. A man's not happy with his portions that the Lord gave him, is basically what you have to keep in mind. All right. That's a form of covetousness. You have a wife already, but now you want to have a second one. Now you want to have a third one. Now you want to have a fourth or a fifth. All right. And there are a lot of scriptures you can go to. And that, in fact, you go watch one of our videos about multiple wives. Okay. And what we teach about multiple wives, that it was never meant to be allowed. Okay. The Lord let us get away with it, like he let us get away with a lot of stuff for a while. Okay. Let me see. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6, and you're going to read verses 22 through 23.
The Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6, and verse 22. As for wisdom, what she is and how she came up, I will tell I will tell you and will not hide mysteries from you, but will seek her out from the beginning of her nativity and bring the knowledge of her into light, and will not pass over the truth. Neither will I go with consuming envy, for such a man shall have no fellowship with wisdom.
So neither will I go with consuming envy, for such a man shall have no fellowship with wisdom, because when that spirit of envy jumps on a person, it consumes them so much to the point to where, again, that envy turns um, to hatred, and that hatred can make somebody do all kinds of things, where you can see, like the video we were just watching, could lead to people wanting to commit murder just out of that envy and jealousy. Look at this, the situation with the bot, all right, over land. Look at the situation with King David and Bathsheba over him, you know, coveting the man's wife. All right. Let's go to Sirach 9, chapter 9. You're going to read verses 11 through 12.
The Book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 9, and verse 11. Envy not the glory of a sinner, for thou knowest not what shall be his end. Delight not in the thing that the ungodly have pleasure in, but remember they shall not go unpunished unto their grave.
All right. So we're told, envy not the glory of a sinner, for thou knowest not what shall be his end. Because that's what ends up happening a lot of times. Look at um, how much our people idolize celebrities. You know what I mean? These rappers, singers, movie stars, TV stars. You end up envying these people so much to the point that people want to be like them. They want to dress like them. They want to act like them. They want to talk like them. You know what I mean? They want their lifestyle. They want to be rich like them. They want fame like them. Okay, to the point to where that envy, you know what I mean, that covetousness leads them to doing all kinds of stuff just so they can um, be able to buy a pair of expensive shoes or wear expensive clothes or colognes, or you know what I mean, jewelry like these celebrities. You got these young kids out here willing to rob, steal, and kill just so they can try and live the life of these celebrities. That's what's going on in the world right now. You have a generation of kids that idolize these celebrities so much to the point that they want to have what these celebrities have, that they're willing to go and rob and steal and kill people for it. Okay. Um, let's go to Sirach 14, and you're going to read verses 8 through 9. This
The Book
goes
of
in some.
Ecclesiasticus. The Book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 14, and verse 8. The envious man hath a wicked eye. He turneth away his face and despiseth men. A covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion, and the iniquity of the wicked uh, drieth up his soul.
So you heard me mention this when we were talking about adultery and our men turning away their eyes from a beautiful woman. All right. Trying not to commit the same sin as King David. It says, the envious man hath a wicked eye. You have to know when you're in the company of an envious person. They'll show you who they are. You know what I mean? You just got to have your eyes open and pay attention to it. A person that envies you, the Bible is warning us, is very dangerous to have around you. Okay. The envious man hath a wicked eye. He turneth away his face and despiseth men. That's that person when they see somebody get something new, they come pulling up in their new car. You know what I mean? Whatever it may be, they come walking into work wearing a new outfit or new shoes, or especially with women. She comes walking in with a brand new Louis Vuitton purse or Dolce and Gabbana sunglasses, whatever the case is. And the envious person are the ones that's turning their face away, like, you can see it. They make themselves known. Okay. It says a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion. That's what I was quoting when I was talking about the situation that I brought about with adultery. A man that's willing to commit wedlock, or a man that's wanting multiple wives, he's wanting that because he's not satisfied with the portion that the Lord gave him. The Lord may have given the man a Proverbs 31 woman, and he's not satisfied with it. So now he's got to find him a second wife, now a third one, now a fourth one. Okay. So when you look at these situations with multiple wives, you will see that there are multiple sins that are being broken when it comes to dealing with multiple wives. One of them, first and foremost, is breaking commandment 10 of being covetous. Now, there's some of our brothers out there and be like, well, it's saying, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Now, it has nothing to do with whether or not, you want to take more wives or not. Okay. That's where you have to go through and read the whole Bible and take all of the information about multiple wives and adultery and bring it all together, not just one or two or three precepts. Go and gather as many precepts as you can and put them all together, and then understand what the Lord is expecting of us when it comes to multiple wives. All right. So, we got to remember as we're reading, verse 9 says, a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion. Keep in mind and understand that dissatisfaction is what leads to greed. And that's the next thing we're going to talk about. That dissatisfaction with his portion is what leads a person to greed. And that greed, especially when it comes to multiple wives, is what has a man desiring to have a second wife, a third wife, a fourth wife, a fifth wife. All right. That's what led King Solomon to having 700 wives and 300 concubines, because he was never satisfied with his portion. All right. Got to keep that in mind. When you hear about men today in the Israelite community that refuse to understand that the Lord it's not lawful for us to have multiple wives. They're willing to fight tooth and nail over it and bring out 2 or 3 scriptures to say, see, and you've got some of these silly women out here who are willing to listen to these men, follow behind them, and marry them. And sit there talking about, I'm wife number 2, I'm wife number 3, I'm wife number 4. And try and put on a front as if everything is all good. They're just one big happy family. He's the king of his castle with his 2, 3, 4 wives. And it's all a facade. It's just as fake as people's profiles on their Facebook pages or TikTok or whatever they got, whatever social media, because they're only going to show you what they want you to see. They're not showing you the damage going on behind closed doors. They're not showing you what's really going on in their household. All right. Oh, I thought I switched that. So right now we'll talk about Tobit 5 and 18 through 19. I thought I switched it. All right, let me read it again. Be not greedy. Oh, no. We haven't got there yet. I'm sorry. We're going to go there now. Let's go to Tobit 5 and 18 through 19. I thought we was there already, but let's go there. Talking about greed.
The book of Tobit, chapter 5, and verse 18. Be not greedy to add money to money, but let it be as refuse in respect of our child, for that which the Lord had given us to live with does suffice us.
All right. So this is Tobit's wife, okay, in regards to um, their son, okay. Um, Tobit is sending his son Tobias out, to find this gentleman who he had given some money to for him to store up for him. And so he told him to go get the money. The wife is worried about him going out on this trip because he's going to be away from home. He's going to be alone. Even though they sent somebody with him, they end up sending an angel with who they think is just a man. But an angel ends up going along with Tobit. So the wife is telling him, be not greedy to add money to money, but let it be as refuse in respect of our child. Is like garbage and compared to the life of our child. Stop being greedy. You're going to send our son out there alone by himself just to go collect this money. You're going to put his life in danger for a little bit of money. The wife is telling, like, what are you thinking? That money is garbage. And, it's counted as garbage in comparison to the life of our child. She's trying to let him understand that that money is not worth nowhere near the life of our kid. And then she goes on and tells him, for that which the Lord had given us to live with doth suffice us. Like what we got already is enough. The Lord's already blessed. What he's given us, to have already is good enough. We don't need to send our son out there. All right. So the scriptures is teaching us to be content with the things that we have already. All right. Because that greed leads to other things. That greed leads to thefts. That greed leads to violence. So we've got to keep that in mind. All right. Let's go to Sirach 29 and 21 through 25.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29, and verse 21. It says, the chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and a house to cover shame. Better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house. Be it little or much, hold thee contented, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. For it is a miserable life to go from house to house, for where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth. Thou shalt entertain and feast and have no thanks. Moreover, thou shalt hear bitter words.
All right. So again, he's telling us, he's giving us, when it comes to money and things, he's given us great advice that we need to follow. The chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and a house to cover shame. As long as you have the bare necessities, you're good. Okay. You're okay. The Lord already had told us he was going to provide, make sure we had those things that are necessary for us to survive, which is water, food, which is bread, clothing, and a house to cover our shame. It says, better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house. Like, if maybe you can't afford that $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 a month rent right now, but it's better for you to, if it's in even the most ghetto place, and you find something that's $500, $600, $700. That's better for you than to go and live in another man's house and be like, hey man, right now I can't afford, that 20, $2,200 a month rent or whatever it may be. Because the rent nowadays is way up here in California. It's way up. You're lucky if you find something at $2,200 a month. Here in California, you're looking at, 25, 3,000, 3,500, 4,000. for rent. So if you could find anything less, less than 2,200 or 2,000, you're lucky. All right. So going to somebody, hey, whether it's a friend, family members, whoever it is, and like, you know what, I can't pay that right now. You know what I mean? You mind if I stay with you? The Lord is telling, like, you know what, it's better for you to just go find that little, even if it's a dump, at least it's yours. Because the moment you put yourself in somebody else's home, now you're walking around on eggshells. You don't want to say anything. You don't want to do anything because now you're worried about saying something or doing something to offend the person whose house you're living with. All right. So as he says, better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house. Be it little or much, hold thee contented that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. So it's telling us to be content with the things that we have, just like in Tobit we just read. What you have is enough to suffice you. All right. So as it says in verse 24, for it is a miserable life to go from house to house. Where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth. And I'm sure we've all seen people in our lifetime that live like that, where, they were never set in a place, where they were always constantly moving around from one relative's house to another relative's house, from that person's house to that house, one friend's house to another friend's house. The Lord is telling us that's not a life. That's a miserable life. He's being straight out for it is a miserable life to go from house to house. But unfortunately, nowadays, some people don't even see it that way. There are some people out here that, they just want to use people. And, they go and do that. All right. But he's saying, for where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth. You got to be careful about what you say. You're scared to even open your mouth and speak, because if you say the wrong thing and offend the person whose house it is, you're out on the streets. Okay. So thou shalt entertain and feast and have no thanks. Moreover, thou shalt hear bitter words. Okay. At some point, you're there for 3 months, 5 months, 10 months. And especially if you're not contributing anything to the house, you're not paying no bills, not buying no food, nothing like that. At some point, you're going to start to hear it. It might come through the door, hear, whoever it is, the husband, wife, brothers, and whoever you're living with, roommates, talking. Like, man, I'm getting sick and tired of being around here. He don't even clean up after himself. Or she don't clean up after herself. Won't even wash the dishes, won't even wash their clothes. They're staying in the living room on the couch and they won't even pick up the living room. Won't even, the light bill was double this month. And it's because they're staying up watching TV on whatever the case is. You're going to hear those bitter words. Hear the people complaining. It's like, how are you going to feel? You come walking through the door. They don't know you walked in. You hear them talking in the back room. Like, man, I can't wait till they move out. Like, how much longer do you think they're going to be here? Like, we should say something. Like, no, don't say anything. You see those situations. All right. I learned years ago, where I got to stay on campus at school for a year and had 5 roommates. And I was the only one cleaning up the dorm, the only one picking up dishes piling up in the sink. You know what I mean? They were partying and all kinds of stuff. It drove me crazy. And after that, I was like, I'll never have roommates ever again. Never. And stuck to it. Never. All right. It was ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Okay. So keep that in mind. All right. Listen to the scriptures. Whatever you got to do to, try and put a roof over your head, do it. If you got to work 2 jobs, 3 jobs, do it. All right. Let's go to Proverbs 1:10 through 19.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 1 and verse 10. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not. If they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us look privily for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoils. Cast, cast in thy lots among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thou in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path. For their feet run to evil and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privily for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of of gain, which taketh away the life of the owners thereof.
It says, so are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which taketh away the life of the owners thereof. Because that's what you see going on, especially with these kids today. You're seeing all over the internet where houses are getting broken into, businesses are being robbed and broken into, people are being carjacked left and right. And when you see the videos of these crimes, and I'm getting heated right now because it drives me crazy. It's just one of those things that, that really pisses me off, because you got a generation of young punks running around here robbing and stealing from people, and their mothers and fathers, or if they even have a father in the house, are acting like they don't know that their kids are out here committing this stuff. Like, what do you think your kid is doing at all hours of the night when they're not at home and they're out supposedly kicking it with their homeboy so and so? You can look at a lot of these videos and see that, you know what, that's a bunch of kids. It's a bunch of teenagers doing that. It was a video we were watching the other night, my wife and I, where this security guard has been arrested. Let me see if I can find that video. It was here in Sacramento the other day, where a security guard got arrested for shooting and killing. It was like a group of 7 kids. It was at a dispensary. Or arrested. And you can see that as they were jumping over the back gate or whatever from the dispensary. Here it is right here. Let me share this. You could tell it was a bunch of, you could tell it was a bunch of kids. All right, so here's the story right here. Can you see it? All right.
Yes.
Security guard arrested. Attorney says Sacramento dispensary guard acted in self-defense during deadly burglary encounter. So you can see when you watch the video, there's like 7 of them. Okay, came into the dispensary, robbed the place, and he shot one of them and killed him, and the security guard got arrested for defending himself, which is crazy. But you can tell when you watch the video, these were a bunch of little punks, a bunch of kids. You could tell by their size, the clothes they got on, the hoodies, and the way they're jumping over that wasn't no 30, 40, 50-year-old man jumping over that fence the way they're jumping over the fence. All right, watch this video.
Are you playing it?
Yeah, it's not playing.
Mm-mm.
Is it not playing?
No.
Let me see. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Oh, it just popped up on my thing. It is messed up. I just saw the thing that I don't know if you know, we saw it earlier today too, that Rob Bass died yesterday. The rapper Rob Bass of cancer. Can you see it now?
Mm-hmm. It's not
Can you
playing,
see?
but yeah.
All right, let me see if it plays.
Yep.
Is
Good.
it playing?
Yep.
So look at this. Look at the bags full of it. They're throwing over the fence, stealing their wheat. This just happened this week. A group of people, you can tell these are kids. It's not a group of people. These are teenagers. And that's the problem nowadays. You defend yourself against these little punks, and you're the one ended up going to jail. It just makes no sense at all. But you could tell by that from the video that these were some young kids. They were look like maybe anywhere from 14 up to about 18. They were some high school kids from the looks of it. Maybe some were over 18. But it says security guard accused of killing a man during a burglary at a South Sacramento marijuana dispensary is now facing felony charges after a shooting earlier this month near Florence Perkins Road. Let me stop this. All right. It says Sacramento police said officers were called around 4:30 a.m. May 8th to a cannabis facility on East Court for burglary in progress and learned shots had been fired. Investigators said officers found, so this happened on May 8th and they just arrested him this week. That's crazy. Says investigators said officers found one burglary suspect dead at the scene. The second suspect later arrived at a hospital with a gunshot wound. Police said the security guard who opened fire stayed at the scene and was later arrested. Joseph Mills has been in jail since his arrest on May 19th, so they waited almost 2 weeks before they went and arrested him. That's crazy. So instead of them trying to investigate and find out from the one that went to the hospital and survived, the other one was dead, and finding out who the other criminals were that broke in, they're more worried about arresting the security guard for protecting themselves. That's crazy. So Alan Sawyer said Mills was forced to make a split-second decision during what he described as a violent break-in. New surveillance video shared by Sawyer shows a group of people jumping a fence and running away from the marijuana facility shortly before 3 a.m. Sacramento police said about 90 minutes later, a shooting left one suspect dead and another wounded. By doing his job, he encountered a very violent, dangerous situation out of his making, said Sawyer represents Mills. Sawyer said Mills, a 55-year-old Afghan military veteran and longtime security guard with no criminal history, believed his life was in danger inside the dark building as 9 masked men entered. Sawyer also said some of the suspects were armed. He found himself in a very terrible situation. Could imagine putting themselves in his shoes at 4:30 in the morning in a dark building. You encountered this. He felt like his life was in danger and he used lethal force to save himself and to protect himself, said Sawyer. Another surveillance video from just before 4:30 a.m., Sawyer said, showed suspects carrying bags out of the dispensary. A separate clip taken moments later appears to show a person walking toward the building before turning around as bright flashes appear from the driver's side. So obviously they were shooting at something or someone, and he returned fire back. You encounter masked men like this, how would you react? I think any individual would think that their life is in danger, and it's not. There's not a chance to be perfect, and he didn't create the situation. The last thing he wanted to do is find himself in the circumstances he's now Sawyer. He's in now, Sawyer said. So you got to think about that. Just for protecting yourself now you got to worry about being the one going to jail. All this because you have a bunch of dumb kids out here being covetous and going and wanting to rob these places now because now they know they can get away with it. It's crazy. All right, let's go to let's go to 1 Timothy 6 and 6 through 10.
The book of First Timothy, chapter 6 and verse 6. But godliness with content is great gain. For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. And having food and raiment, let us be therewith content. But they that will be rich fall into temptation, a snare into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some covet after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows.
All right. Let's go to Hebrews 13 and read verses 5 and 6.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 13 and verse 5. Let your conversation be without covetousness, and be content with such things as ye have. For he has said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee, so that we may boldly say, the Lord is my helper, and I will not fear what man shall do unto me.
All right, so we're reading it over and over again. Let your conversation be without covetousness and be content with such things as you have. We're being told over and over again, be content with what you got. Let's go to Sirach 40 and 18. Going to tell the same thing again.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 40 and verse 18. It says, to labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life, but he that findeth a treasure is above them both.
All right. So again, it's telling the same thing: to labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life. So having a job, working, and being content with what you got. If the Lord is, through your job is allowing you to be able to afford certain things, then, that's okay. Be content with that. All right. But when you get to the point to where now that's not enough and you're looking to go and commit crimes just so you can make more money because you know, are envious of something somebody else got, or you're not content with what you got, you want more, and you're seeing that happen. People that have legitly, just normal jobs, willing to go out and commit crimes just to try and make more money on wicked side hustles and finding themselves getting into trouble. All right. Let's go to, give me a second. Let me do this. Let's go to Sirach 18 and 30 through 33.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 18 and verse 30. Um, go not after thy lust, but refrain thyself from thy ap- appetites. If thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughingstock to thine enemies, the malign thee.
Malign thee.
Take not malign thee. Take not pleasure in much good cheer, neither be tied to the expense thereof. Be not made a beggar by banqueting upon borrowing, when thou hast nothing in thy purse, for thou shalt lie in wait for thy own life and be talked on.
All right. So there's a lot to unwrap here. He says, go not after thy lust, but refrain thyself from thine appetites, because that's what happens a lot. People will have certain lusts that they, are lusting after, whether it be money, cars, houses, jewelry, clothes, especially in this life that we're living today. This entire world is basically based off of the lust of the flesh. Again, what's being propped up, what's being pushed out there, celebrities, these idols, idolatry, and making people want to live that lifestyle to where people will do just about anything and everything to be able to try and afford the things that these celebrities have. But the Lord is saying, go not after thy lust, but refrain thyself from thine appetites. It takes restraint. All right. He says, if thou givest thy soul the desires that please her, she will make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies that malign thee. Going after, you know what I mean? Some of these men want to be whoremongers. They can't just settle down with one woman. They want to go after woman after woman after woman after woman after woman after woman. And the next thing they know, they're catching some kind of disease. Now they're laughing stock to everybody. Everybody starts finding out that this person's got this or they got that. All right. This person likes to go around, breaking into cars, breaking into houses, stealing and robbing from people until they get caught and end up going to jail. Now everybody knows that so-and-so got caught. He locked up in jail. All right. So whatever the case is, whatever it is, whatever the sin is, at some point you're going to get caught. The Lord's going to bring what's done in the dark to the light, and you're going to become a laughing stock to people. They're going to be laughing at you, making fun of you. It says, take not pleasure in much good cheer, neither be tied to the expense thereof. Be not made a beggar by banqueting upon borrowing. Okay. These are some of these people who, they want to get married. They want to have these big lavish weddings. They're borrowing money from family and friends and people just so they can, spend a lot of money on the food, the DJ, the flowers, um, the what do you call it? The event place, where they hold the event. They want to, have this big old nice lavish 20, 30, 40, $50,000 wedding that they know they can't afford to have, but they want to try and have it anyway because that's what's being pushed out there on society. It's crazy. All right. And again, these people, they, be not made a beggar by banqueting upon borrowing. When thou hast nothing in thy purse, you don't have any money. You can't even afford it. But you're out here trying to have it anyway. All right. Let's go to Sirach 40 and read verses 28 through 30. Because this is one that a lot of people need to have read to them. Whether they follow it or not, who knows? But you sure wouldn't have a lot of these beggars out here on the street, though, begging for money. People going on YouTube, begging on YouTube for money. You got Israelites on YouTube begging for money. That's why I wonder sometimes, do these guys read the scriptures actually?
Right.
Or do they just have like a set certain doctrine that they follow and that they need to push, and that's all they focus on? Because you read some of these scriptures and you scratch your head and be like, if the Lord is telling us to not be begging for money and begging people for things, why are there so many Israelite camps? We get on the Christian churches, we get on the Christian pastors for begging, but there's just as many Israelite so-called leaders that are on YouTube and out here begging just as much as they do. When the scriptures tells us this, go ahead and read it.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 40 and verse 28. My son, lead not a beggar's life, for better it is to die than to beg.
Read that
The
again.
life,
Read
my
the
son,
verse 28 again, because this is real heavy.
my
Go ahead.
son, lead not a beggar's life, for better it is to die than to beg.
For better it is to die than to beg. For better it is to die than to beg. That's why you don't see us on here begging for nothing from nobody. We're not
Right.
begging for your money. We're not begging for nobody to watch our videos. We're not begging anybody to do nothing. If you happen to
Right.
come across our videos and watch Lord's will, you get edified. The only thing you see scrolling across our screen are the scriptures. It may be our email address. If you want to make contact, just, to say, hey, hello, I watched you, whatever the case is. But we're not on here begging nobody for nothing. You don't see no PayPal scrolling across the screen, no Venmo. We're not asking you to donate nothing. We both work.
Right.
So that's what I'm not getting. It's like this whole Israelite thing is turned into a money-making machine. And it's hurting it's hurting us. It's making us look bad. Because now people are more focused on the money. Okay, they're doing this for money. And if you don't want to believe us, believe the scriptures. Let's go to Matthew 7 and 15 through 20.
The book of
In
Matthew,
fact, don't
chapters.
believe the scriptures.
The book of Matthew, chapter 7 and verse 15. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewed down and cast into the fire. Wherefore by their fruit ye shall know them.
Wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them. We're constantly being warned about these false prophets. We're constantly being warned about these men coming to us in sheep's clothing that are inwardly ravening wolves. All right. They don't really care about the people. They're just here for money. Let's go to Luke 12 and 15.
The book of Luke, chapter 12, and verse 15. And he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth.
So this is Christ speaking. Take heed and beware of covetousness, for a man's life consists not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth. You can't take none of it with you. You can't take it with you. Yeah, go ahead and enjoy it while you're living, but don't put all your whole life and trust and whole mental state on the things that you have people going out here wanting to commit suicide because they lost their job. They lost their house. Their car got repoed. They're falling on hard times and they can't cope. So you got men going out here taking their whole families out and taking themselves out. Just read a story about that the other day because they can't cope because of an embarrassment because they lost a job. It's like, get real. It's like, come on. Like, what is going on here? The scriptures is telling us, take heed and beware of covetousness. And that's what we're telling you by doing this lesson. Beware of covetousness. Christ is even warning us about it. Beware of it. Be aware. That's what that means. Keep your eyes open. Watch out for it. Don't let that spirit creep up on you because that spirit can destroy you. But as he says, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth. Your life does not consist of the things you possess. That's just another way of putting it so that it's clear to you. It's not going to matter when Christ comes back how much money you made, how much money you got in the bank. It's not going to matter what kind of cars you drove. Not going to matter what kind of house you lived in. It's not going to matter. You're going to be dead. You're going to be gone. And then what? Then who's it going to be? That's the same question Christ asked. All right. You got to keep that in mind. If you don't remember anything, if you remember anything out of this lesson, remember Luke 12 and 15. Remember what Christ said. Remember those words. And he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth. All right. When you learn how to let things go, when you really put the scriptures first, you put God first, then the Lord will, he will bless you with the stuff. All right. But if your sole purpose is just to be, making money and possessing things, and you don't ever study, like we were talked about earlier in the lesson, you're not mentally focused on the scriptures. You're not meditating on the scriptures every day. The scripture, the Lord in his word is the last thing on your mind, then don't expect nothing from the Lord. He's not going to do nothing for you. He's got nothing for you. All right. Let's go to Titus 1. So you're going to go to Titus and read verses 10 and 11.
The book of, oh, what? Here we go. All right, the book of Titus, verse 1 and verse, the book of Titus, chapter 1, verse 10. For there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision, whose mouth must be stopped, who survey whole houses, teaching things which they ought not, for filthy lucre's sake.
So in here in Titus, for there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision. He's saying especially of the southern kingdom. There's a lot of vain talkers and deceivers. Look at what's going on in the Israelite community. We point this out all the time, especially of the southern kingdom. They're the main ones out here doing this stuff. Because right now, yeah, it's Judah waking up first. So the majority of Israel that's waking up right now first is Judah. The majority of the camps that are out here are made, up of leadership made up of Judah. And their mouths must be stopped because some of these men are out here subverting whole houses, teaching things which they ought not. For what? For filthy lucre's sake. They're out here teaching for money. Let's go to 1 Peter 5 and 2. We're not making this stuff up. It's that covetous spirit a lot of them got on them. That's why we're doing this lesson.
The book of First Peter, chapter 5, and verse 2. Feed the flock of God which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind.
So we're actually told as leaders in Israel, as teachers in Israel, feed the flock of God which is among you, taking the oversight thereof. And that's what we got to do. That's what we're doing. All right. And he says, not by constraint, but willingly. Okay. And that's what some of these men and some of these camps you're seeing, that people are feeling so tied down to the camp that they don't even have a life of their own anymore, because their camps and camp leaders got full 100% control over their lives daily, on a daily basis. Can't think for themselves, can't speak for themselves, nothing. All right. You're hearing about some of these leaders living in multi-million-dollar mansions, buying, and living on, on acres and acres of land, all on the backs of who? The backs of the people. Not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind. All right. Let's go to Acts 20, 28 through 30.
The book of Acts, chapter 20, and verse 28. Take heed therefore unto yourselves and to all the flock over the which the Holy Ghost had made you overseers, to feed the church of God which he had purchased with his own blood. For I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. Also of your own selves shall men arise, speaking perverse things, to draw away disciples after them.
So he told us to take heed. In other words, another warning. Take heed therefore unto yourselves and to all the flock over the which the Holy Ghost had made you overseers. Because as teachers, leaders, we are the overseers of the church of God. And we must feed it, as he says, to feed the church of God, which he hath purchased with his own blood. But he goes on to tell us, for I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. And we see the same thing happening today. There are wolves that are entering into this truth. They're not sparing the flock. They could care less about the flock. They don't care nothing about the people. As he says, also of your own selves shall men arise, speaking perverse things, to draw away disciples after them. And that's what you see. There are just men out here that they want the preeminence. They want to be known as the top camp. They want to be known as the best camp. And they're doing anything and saying anything and everything they can to try and get people to follow them. It's serious. It's really sad to see what's going on.
Right.
It's a sad state of the Israelite community, and we're still basically new. The Israelite community, this Israelite thing has only been around since what, the 60s, 50s, 60s, going back to the old school when, Bivens, was even before he even started his own thing. So it's not that old. It hasn't been around that long. The growth has been slow. It's speeding up now, but compared to other movements, it's still slow. All right. It's still moving real slow. Let's go to Galatians 5:16 through 26.
The book of Galatians, chapter 5, and verse 16. This I say then, walk in the Spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. For the flesh lusteth against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh. And these are contrary one to the other, so that ye cannot do the things that ye would. But if ye be led of the Spirit, ye are not under the law. Now the works of the flesh are manifested, which are these: adultery, fornications, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envying, murders, drunkenness, raveling, and such like of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness, godliness, faith, meekness, temperance, and against such there is no law. And they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affections and lust. If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. Let us not be desirous of vain glory, provoking one another, envying one another.
So it actually says, let us not be desirous of vainglory, provoking one another, envying one another. That's another warning to us. Stop provoking each other. Stop being at odds with each other. Stop this envy and jealousy and hatred that's going on amongst all the camps and the groups. It's foolishness, and it's getting us nowhere. Let's go to 1 Peter chapter 3 and verses 8 through 11.
The book of First Peter, chapter 3, and verse 8. Finally, be ye all of one mind, having compassion one of another. Love as brethren, be pitiful, be courteous, not rendering evil for evil or railing for railing, but contrariwise blessing, knowing that ye are thereunto called, that ye should inherit a blessing. For he that will love life and see good days, let him refrain his tongue from evil, and his lips that they speak no guile. Let him eschew evil and do good. Let him seek peace and ensure it. For the eyes of the Lord are over the righteous, and his ears are open unto their prayers. But the
No, I
face of the Lord,
wanted you to go to verse 11.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. All right. So as it says, for he that will love life and see good days, let him refrain his tongue from evil and his lips that they speak no guile. Let him eschew evil and do good. Let him seek peace and ensue it. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom Most High in Christ blessed Sabbath to you. And once again, if you remember one thing from this lesson, remember what Christ said. Beware of covetousness. A man's life does not consist of the things that he owns. All right, I'm paraphrasing. All right, keep that in mind. And with that, we're going to say shalom.